Okay, hello everyone who is here, which is probably just bots at the start of the stream. It's a couple minutes before 1. We'll get started a little bit early. For those of you who are not bots, which is probably no one right at the moment, you'll notice a little something I've added to the starting screen, and it will show up when it's when there's room on the screen, like the game isn't widescreen. Try to keep the game to dominate most of the view because that's the most interesting part of the stream. But it's just the total game tally. You can see we are currently on game number 42. We have gone through 41 games. 20 of them have been beaten, like fully honest to goodness beaten. 10 of them are endless games, like procedurally generated waves and waves of enemy type games. Games that basically have no end, so they really can't be beaten. Not that they're not enjoyable or whatever, but like, you know, they're space sims sort of things. You just go on for as long as you want, build your empire, defeat pirates. We have the pirate game. There are 9 games that are not beaten. We will probably come back to most, maybe not all of those games on stream to play a little bit more and progress in them. Or we may beat them off stream because they were terribly dull puzzle type games that just don't make for good entertainment. I'll have to like play them off stream, beat them while doing something else more interesting. Yeah, like if I beat those games, I'll probably show them back on stream, so there's proof on the stream that are beaten. And finally, we have 2 of these 41 games have been completely unplayable. One of those was a Mac game. I can't play Macs games because I do not have a Mac right now. And the other one was bugged. It has a Steam page, and the creator said it was bugged. I don't know if the the itch.io bundle will be updated with the corrected version, but hopefully we'll get our hands on a corrected version and play that game. It actually seemed kind of interesting, sort of like a lunar lander type game, 3D lunar lander type game. Yeah. So that said, we're just going to hop into game number 42. It's Astrologaster. Let me restart the timer. Yep, there we go. And we're gonna hide the game tally because this game covers the whole screen. So Astrologaster, it's actually been really entertaining so far. It has this wonderful intro choir type music that's super entertaining. I guess you can't really ask for more of a game than to be entertaining. I will say the gameplay of this seems to be pretty non-existent right now. I mean, it's built as a comedic game, I believe, and it appears to be comedic, but there doesn't appear to be any gameplay of sorts that we've uncovered yet. You're basically treating patients by using astrology, by choosing astrology signs, and you get different outcomes based upon what astrology signs you choose. And yeah, it doesn't really appear that, you know, yesterday I was wondering if you could sort of divine from their explanations which astrology sign. You usually get 1, 2, or 3 choices sort of thing, which choice was more correct to help them the most, but I don't think you can really tell. Like you pick a sign that you feel like it might miss, and your character goes and interprets it in another way, or you learn something new after you pick the sign that makes you realize that sign doesn't work, and so you're kind of bluffing your way through it. So it really seems to be the sort of game where you just kind of pick something, learn about it, and if you want a better ending or want to do better, you'll have to replay the game to see multiple endings. That said, this game is fully voice acted. It's been great. It's actually been great so far. So luckily for everyone, you won't have to listen to my voice as much. You'll just be listening to the game voices for a lot of times. I won't talk over them. But yeah, let's hop into this game to continue it. Also, there's some weird OBS thing where this game when it was streamed looked completely flipped and upside down, and I had to flip the picture to make it look correct on the stream. However, you can see my mouse. It's upside down. That's because, yeah, I'm pulling the mouse down. Okay, so here's our case summary, where I think we slept with the Querent afterwards. But I am pulling my mouse down to the close button, and on my stream the mouse goes up. So it's kind of weird. I don't really know what this is. Let's go. Happy Friday. That is correct. Happy Friday. Let's get this going.
Here comes a beauty dark as night. Her hair does shine, her eyes are bright. A damsel formed for man's delight. Oh, she is quite a lady. Oh, she is quite a lady.
Maybe I have multiple love interests possible in this game. Maybe the good ending of this game is to get a
Good day
harem.
to you, sir. I am Amelia Bassano of Bishopsgate, here for my consultation.
Welcome, Mistress Bassano. Bassano, 'tis an Italian name, is it not?
Aye, it is, sir. Though I was born in London, my family are from Venice. They did come to London to gain employment as musicians at the royal court.
Ah, I know one of your countrymen, Riccardo Ferraro, another one of my querents. Mayhap you know him? He hails from Venice, too.
No, sir, I do not know him. Venice is a large city, and as such, 'tis home to many thousands of men. And as I did mention, I was born in London.
Aye, of course. Mayhap we turn our thoughts to what brings you hither this day. Have you a question for me?
Aye, sir, I wish to know what afflicts me, for my belly does begin to swell, and lately I oft find myself chundering after meals.
Swollen abdomen and involuntary upward purging. Well, now, let us consult the stars to judge the cause of these troubles. What is ailing Mistress Amelia Bassano?
So I am not a doctor. I'm just a humble astrologer. Sounds pregnant. Let's see what our choices are. Suffering from liverworm. Querent is with child. Illness is chronic. The Querent is afflicted with a crick in the knees caused by the pressure of excessive weight gain. Okay, I think she's pregnant. I'm gonna say she's pregnant. She's not gonna like this, but let's do it.
I neglected to ask. Is there a Mr. Bassano?
Aye, my father still lives.
I mean to say, are you yet married, Mistress Bassano? I presume you are, for the stars indicate that you are with child. Wondrous news indeed.
Ah, I see.
Of course, it is natural for a young lady to be a trifle anxious when she's expecting her first child. And I see you are anxious, are you not?
Aye, Mr. Foreman, I own that I am.
Well, doubtless you are anxious owing to the unpredictable nature of your condition. For instance, sometimes the child might emerge from its mother's womb early, weeks or even months earlier than anticipated. This possibility is a medical fact, and one that should be explained to any husband you may... Do you see what I'm saying, Mistress Bassano?
Nay, not in the least, sir.
Ah, some of my maiden querents, I assume you are still unmarried and therefore a maiden, when they find themselves inexplicably with child, they oft do not remain unmarried for long. I advise you to discuss this with your family without delay, Mistress Bassano. Doubtless they will be keen to make the arrangements for you.
I see. Yes, of course. I must lose no time in finding a husband. I thank you, Dr. Foreman. Good day.
Doubtless cousin Alfonso will consent to marry me, especially if Lord Hudsdon settles money on me for the child. So I guess she's okay with that.
Pain is frightened when she spies a looking glass for 'tis the portal out through which the gates of hell do blast a deadly and foul wind that comes direct from Satan's mouth. La, 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 la.
Blessed morrow to you, Dr. Foreman. I am Mary Payne of 4th Street in Lambeth. I'm come to seek your counsel about my neighbours.
Good morrow, Mistress Payne, and well met. What trouble do your neighbours give you? They play their lutes into the night, perchance? Mayhap a neighbour has cast a malignant spell upon your cabbages.
Why, sir, 'tis no trifling matter. Indeed, 'tis a matter of grave importance. Doubtless you do know we have a Catholic living on 4th Street, a woman by the name of Avis Allen.
Ah, yes. I did hear tell that Mistress Allen subscribes to the Romish faith. But 'tis no crime to be a Catholic, is it, madam? At least, not at present.
Aye, but harbouring a Jesuit priest is, Dr. Foreman. These evenings past, I have spied a man sneaking in and out of the Allens' house. 'Tis my reckoning the man is a priest who is going hither and thither all over Lambeth to perform the Catholic Mass and take confessions. Doubtless Mr. Allen is hiding him in one of those little cupboards.
You mean to say you think Mr. Allen has installed a priest hole in his house? A secret room hidden behind the wood panelling of a wall?
Indeed I do. I am certain that he has such a hole, and that a priest is going in and out of Mr. Allen's hole from dusk till dawn.
Verily? How troubling. But surely you are mistaken, madam, for under the cover of darkness, how can you be sure the man you did spy was not Mr. Allen himself?
Nay, 'twas not Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen is a fine, tall figure of a man, whereas the figure I did spy was very narrow and malformed in appearance. A scrawny little imp of a man he was.
I see.
Now, you must not think me intolerant, Dr. Foreman. If Mistress Allen must cling to her idolatrous backward beliefs, 'tis her own affair, and I have no wish to cause trouble for the Allens. And even though Mistress Allen has lately not been seen in church, thus far I have held my tongue about it. But we residents of 4th Street are decent English folk. We will not abide an agent of Rome sneaking around our neighbourhood, muttering incantations in some devilish foreign tongue.
I think you mean Latin, madam.
But before I act upon my suspicions, I think it wise to know if there be any truth in them.
Then let us see what the stars can tell us. Who is this mysterious stranger, and why does he frequent the Allens' house late at night?
So, plenty of innuendo in that last one. So do I protect? Okay, well, let's see what they say. Read the stars. Cruelty. The man Mistress Payne saw harbors cruel intentions toward the Allens' household. Mistress Payne will die suddenly, perhaps before the end of this consultation. Wow. Okay. Does that mean I'm gonna murder her? This speaks of a relationship with an untrustworthy foreigner. The sun in detriment in Aquarius. Untrustworthy foreigners are untrustworthy by nature. This element may be of no particular significance. Mistress Allen's maternal instincts have been thwarted by her inability to bear a child, but she stubbornly persists in trying to reverse her infertility. I don't see how that aligns with the priest. Educated man who adorns himself in fine clothes. The man Mistress Payne saw is a public enemy who engages in adulterous worship of the Virgin Mary. In other words, he's a Jesuit priest. So this last one is saying she's right. We're not going to say she's right. We say that Foreman Mistress Payne's going to die. The querent. Or do we say something about her child? Anyone? Any non-bots? Should we say that? Okay. Let's not spend too much time on this. Again, I don't think there's much we can do. We just gotta learn the story. This is our first time through. We're gonna say that Mistress Payne will die suddenly.
The man you saw prowling around the Allen's house is no priest. He is a thief, come at night to steal silver plate and candlesticks.
'Tis a mere robber I saw. On my honour, that is well to hear. Still, something must be done about it. I will rouse the menfolk of Fore Street and have them patrol our street each night until this sneak thief is apprehended.
Ah, is that truly necessary, madam? Be there not more...
Pleasant day, Dr. Foreman.
Whoops. That didn't really go the way I expected, but, yeah. What a fine-looking youth Foreman's manservant is. Oh, would I that I were my niece's age again. Interesting.
When the querent does rock a continental frock, when the querent does rock a continental frock, when his Italian flair features all facial hair, 'tis Ferraro. Signor Ferraro.
God give you good day, signor. And how may I assist you?
'Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great dottore, Simon Foreman.
So I see. What brings you this day?
I bring myself to you, so you treat my illness. 'Tis very grave.
And, what might this illness be? Perchance we might start with your complaints.
First problem is the laughter that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable laughter, you say? I see. Anything else?
Next problem, the dancing that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable dancing. And yet, you do not appear to be dancing at present.
What can I say? 'Tis uncontrollable dancing. I cannot control when I dance.
Nay, 'tis a fair point.
Doubtless my disease, whatever it may be, is very rare and very difficult to diagnose. But of course, if it be beyond your medical understanding...
Let me assure you, signor, that whatever is said of us on the continent, the learning of we English doctors is unparalleled. There is no better medical care to be had than in London. Now, let us see whether the stars may tell us something of your unusual and troubling illness.
Seems complicated. Yeah, I actually forget what this guy... is there a way to look back on this guy? I think this guy was... I feel like I got the impression after this guy that he was just faking it. Has been bitten by a tarantula. So one of these is belching and bloating of the stomach. You know, I'm not gonna go with the tarantula. I'm gonna go with the bloating because he is belching. We're gonna say chronic illness. Let's go.
It sounds to me like you're experiencing pain in your stomach.
But how did you know this?
Indeed, methinks you are stricken with a bout of colic. Most doctors do advise upward purging, but I have found the dog cure more efficacious in cases of colic.
The dog cure?
Aye. First you must find a dog lying idle on the ground. On any street in London you will find such a creature. Then you must kick the dog away, lower your breeches, and then make water upon the spot where the dog did lie.
If you say so, Signor Foreman.
If we were not on English soil, of course, I would have said you were bitten by a tarantula. But there be no such spiders in England. Our weather is much too cold for them. Indeed, only an overqualified quack who draws his medical knowledge from books alone would think such a diagnosis appropriate in this case.
Indeed, most ludicrous.
And in truth, the laughing and dancing you are troubled with may doubtless be attributed to your hot-blooded Latin temperament.
Doubtless you speak true, eh? 'Tis but a symptom of my hot Venetian blood. Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
Yeah, I definitely think he's messing with me.
Why feel confined. Mayhap the world is too unkind. Nay, doctor, medicate her mind. Pray cure this comely lady. Pray cure this comely lady.
Good day to you, madam.
Yes. Good day, Mr. Foreman. Pray tell, is your Venetian querent Riccardo Ferraro one of the patients you treat for troubles of the mind? Forsooth, his manner is right strange. I passed him at the door, and when I addressed him in the Italian tongue, he abruptly turned from me and ran away down the street.
Nay, Signor Ferraro has no grave troubles of the mind that I'm aware of. Mayhap he was merely dumbstruck by your beauty, madam.
Ferraro is a sham.
Dr. Foreman, a man is rarely struck dumb by a woman's beauty. Indeed, 'tis quite the reverse. He is oft rendered all the more loquacious, plaguing her with ill-formed metaphors he believes are compliments, and with hasty declarations and invitations she has neither sought nor invited.
Ah, quite. But let us turn our minds to happier thoughts. I did lately hear of your marriage to your cousin, Mr. Alfonso Lania, for which I must congratulate you. And as I recall, you were with child when I last saw you.
Aye, I was, as you correctly judged.
And your child and husband are both well, I hope?
I would rather not discourse on the subject of my husband, Dr. Foreman.
As it pleases you, madam. What brings you this day?
Lately I have been feeling heavy and lethargic. I do also find it hard to fix my attention upon the book I am reading or upon words I am composing. And yet, although I oft feel right tired, I am having difficulty sleeping.
Ah, well, becoming a mother, beset with all the demands of a suckling babe, can force change upon the normal rhythms of life.
Nay, 'tis not that, for I have employed a wet nurse for the feeding and much of the care of my son. Methinks I must have some kind of disease.
I see. Let us consult the stars to see what afflicts you. What is ailing Mistress Amelia Lania?
So there definitely are right and wrong answers that you can divine. Suffers from melancholy. Wait. No, I can't click that. Melancholy sounds right. Phlegmatism. Temperament associated with excess of phlegm, stoicism, and stubbornness. Psychological factor. Illness will get worse before it gets better. Excessively choleric temperament. It is associated with an excessive yellow bile. Sufferers exhibit an aggressive, opinionated nature. Also true. We're gonna go with phlegmatism. Why not? Melancholy seems better, but stoicism and stubbornness. Let's get her to be less stoic and less stubborn, maybe.
You are suffering from phlegmatism, madam. To treat it, I will give you syrup of safflower to be taken each morning when you break fast.
What is phlegmatism, Dr. Foreman?
Well, simply put, 'tis an excess of phlegm. This can be provoked by a stubborn temperament and a willful resistance to change. 'Tis sometimes experienced by lately wedded women such as yourself, who do not easily adjust to married life.
I see. So, if I am to understand your judgment, Dr. Foreman, if only I were to offer less resistance to, indeed, if I were to accommodate my husband's profligacy and drunkenness, then I would be cured of my condition?
Well, not precisely. If you will allow me to...
But is that not a logical extension of your judgment, Dr. Foreman?
If you will forgive me for saying so, madam, you are displaying a degree of recalcitrance at this moment which only serves to confirm my...
Dr. Foreman, methinks I should prefer to forever remain a phlegmatic woman than hear any further
Whoops.
from you this day, sir.
She definitely didn't
I
like
will
that.
bid you good day.
Ooh, there goes my letter of recommendation. Sir, I thank you for your recent inquiry with regards to obtaining a license to practice medicine. I know from our records that you terminated your enrollment at our institution some years ago on the grounds of insufficient funds. Whilst We do not ordinarily issue medical licenses to men who have not first completed a medical degree. Proof of equivalent professional experience in the form of letters of recommendations may be taken into consideration. A minimum of 8 such letters. Wow. That's a lot of letters. This game is long.
We are no longer sure. Seems Foreman's now a patient, and Davis is the cure.
Ah, my dear Avis, what a pleasure it is to see you. I have oft thought of our
I
last...
cannot tarry long. My husband will be expecting me home.
Of course. But, dear lady, is something the matter?
Of course. Do not all your querents come with a matter they wish an answer to?
Well, yes.
I wish to ask of the stars whether a man I am close with, a man who is not my husband, whether that man be also close with another woman.
A man you are... I see. Well, if I am to judge the stars for you, I must ask you to be more precise. In what sense do you mean close? The platonic bond of friendship?
Nay, close in the sense of being intimate.
I see. Then 'tis the familial tie of kinship, perchance.
Nay, I mean someone with whom I have shared physical relations.
Verily, madam, if I am to give you an accurate reading, you must state your question clearly.
Methinks you know full well what I ask. I bid you ask the stars whether my lover is, that is to say, be it true that he engages with another woman in acts of strumpy-humpy.
Madam, you astonish me. 'Tis unlike you to speak such indelicate words. Now, if I understand you correctly, you have a lover, and you wish to know whether he has been sharing his tender favours with another woman.
Aye, but did I not verily say so?
And now that we have at last fathomed your question, let us read the stars to fathom an answer. Has Mistress Allen's lover been unfaithful to her? It is as you suspect, madam. Your lover does indeed share intimacies with another woman, one with whom he hopes to father children who bear his name. To wit, he desires something that you, a married woman, are unable to give him.
Then I knew it!
Moreover, according to the stars, what does it say here? Yes, they say the quickening fever of your lover's desire has lately begun to cool. 'Twould seem he now finds relations betwixt you somewhat, well, a trifle dull.
Dull? But you, verily? 'Tis my sister Bridget. Aye, 'tis she, those cow's eyes she makes at you. She has lured you away. Fie upon her, that vile little strumpet!
What? You mean to say it is I you speak of?
Dull? You find our relations dull?
But Avis, pray heed me.
Then how is this for dull?
Cyril Fortescue always has what's new. Far ahead of her friends. She oft gets her hands on goods from foreign lands. That Captain Fortescue sends.
Good morrow, madam. I humbly welcome you to my consulting chambers, and thank you for choosing my practice. Mistress...
Fortescue, Mistress Sybil Fortescue.
Well then, Mistress Fortescue, what may I assist you with this day?
I come upon a most troubling matter, sir. I know not whether it is a medical matter or something else.
I see. Pray describe your trouble to me, madam.
Well, I suppose it all began with a dinner I hosted at my house last even. Mayhap you have heard of my dinners, Dr. Foreman. They are much talked about. Though I fear last evening's dinner will be talked about for all the wrong reasons.
Talked about, you say?
Yes, indeed, invitations to my dinners are much sought after, for I host the most desirable of guests, lords, bishops, poets, explorers, painters, and the like. Why, last eve I hosted the famous Robert Lord Devereux, the playwright William Shakespeare, and the Bishop of London and his wife. As well as fascinating conversation, at my table I served the very latest and most original dishes. Last even, I served an exotic green vegetable called a potato. So crisp and refreshing. My dear husband sent them home to me from the New World. Doubtless you have heard of my husband, Captain Fortescue. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh.
I see. Your dinners do sound most excellent, Mistress Fortescue. But what occurred at last eve's dinner that has you so distressed?
Well, in truth, 'twas after dinner. We all felt a strong desire to take some air, and so we left the table to take a turn in some pleasure gardens nearby. But then, as we were walking along the path, right in the middle of the gardens, in full public view...
Pray do not distress yourself, madam. Prithee, take your time.
My guests and I were, all of a sudden, stricken with pain. We began chundering and voiding from our... But there was nowhere to turn, you see. There were no bushes close by to shield our modesty. 'Twas unspeakable.
A moment, madam, as I note this down. Abdominal pain and simultaneous upward and downward purging of a most sudden and violent nature. Now, let us see how these stars explain this most distressing and unsavoury event. What troubled Mistress Sybil Fortescue and her guests last eve?
Okay, so we successfully turned down the amorous advances of the last one. Evil digestion is the obvious answer. Chilly cold. Wandering hands. Okay, we'll go with the obvious one. Evil digestion. It was the potato.
Madam, I think you said the New World vegetables you dined upon were green in colour, did you not? And you described them as crisp and refreshing, I think. I take it then that you served them to your guests green and raw?
Yes, indeed. Most of the potatoes my husband sent me were full dull and unhealthsome in appearance. Hence I served only the green ones. I had my cook cut them in such a way as to resemble roses. 'Tis the way I oft serve my apples.
Ah, then your trouble was a severe case of evil digestion. I have read that these vegetables can be noxious if they turn green.
Oh, my days! Do you mean I poisoned my guests?
In a manner of speaking, aye. But worry not, madam, for the suffering was but temporary. Indeed, it does sound as if the bodies of your guests were most comprehensively purged of the poison. However, in future be sure to cook the potatoes until they are soft, and pray do not eat the ones that have turned green.
As God shall mend me, what a shameful affair this has been. I shall go home and, well, I shall write to my husband and ask that he includes cooking instructions with the next gift of food that he sends me. I thank ye and bid ye good day, Dr. Foreman.
Hey, I'm a good doctor-ish. Everyone likes the young man I have for a manservant.
Here comes a literary mind, one such as we do rarely find. Just needs a man to be behind, for she's but a lady.
Good even, Miss Lanier. What brings you?
I am come about my future, Dr. Foreman. I wish to know whether I will find success as a writer of poems and plays. You can predict futures, can you not?
You, madam, a writer of poems and of plays. Forsooth, how verily remarkable.
Well, 'tis true most of us Bassanos and Laniers are musicians, but I have chosen a different path. I've lately begun a collaboration with a poet and playwright. Let us call him Mr. S. He is presently writing a play that takes place in northern Italy, and as I am of Italian heritage, he has asked me to help him write it.
How interesting. And does this collaboration betwixt you go well?
Right well, or so methinks. Indeed, Mr. S did suggest that I am full talented as a writer. Be not afraid of greatness, he told me. For once our play opens upon the London stage, our success will follow, as night follows day.
I see. Then what would you have me ask the stars, madam?
Well, I've noted that Mr. S, although a brilliant man, is oft prone to exaggerated melodrama and implausible plot resolutions. I wish to know whether this story of his, of our future success, is true.
Very wise of you, madam. Then let us see whether your success or failure is writ in the stars. Will Mistress Amelia Lanier find fame and fortune as a writer?
So this is interesting because I'm pretty sure Emily Lanier is a real person. I don't know if she was famous in her time, but let's see. If she maintains optimism, her ambitions will be realized. Not only will she be successful, surprising political changes, and her writing partner work well together. Okay. Mr. Shakespeare, the playwright S, more sensitive to the needs of her child. Warren's a legacy marred by deceit and jealousy. You know what? We're gonna go with, again, I think she's a real person, and I think her name is known. Therefore, she will have some success. Let's do it.
It would seem Mr. S.'s confidence is not misplaced. For the stars foretell that if you have faith in your success, you will succeed. And your contribution to the world will reach beyond literature to be of great benefit to society.
So, in order to succeed, I must hold fast to a belief that I will succeed.
Just so, madam.
But what you are asking of me is right illogical, Dr. Foreman. Indeed, 'tis an impossibility. How can I maintain a belief that my success is inevitable when you have just informed me that my success is conditional and contingent? As Aristotle teaches us in
Mistress
his...
Lanier, mayhap I have confounded you with the nuances of my astrological reading. All you need know is that the achievement of your goals is very likely. Indeed, 'tis indicated that your collaboration with Mr. S will be a fruitful one. Prithee, madam, look not for bad news among the good.
Aye, mayhap 'tis best I not overthink it, as you say. I thank ye, sir. Good even, Dr. Foreman.
She's just a little pleased. Just a little pleased. Boy, it's gonna be hard to get letters of recommendations. I don't think I'm gonna be a doctor. I think I'm gonna die at the end of this game.
David's Allen, love of Foreman's life, how futile 'tis to fall for another man's wife.
Oh, I'm supposed to be in love with her. Whoops.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day to you, madam. What service may I perform for you this day?
For me? None. None at all.
Verily. Then I cannot fathom why you...
'Twas my husband who bade me come, for he finds it difficult to speak of... As I say, he had me come in his stead, and I could think of no reason to give him for why I should not come.
I see. Then what is troubling your husband? Madam, I cannot treat a querent without knowing first what his troubles are.
He is unable to perform his marital duties.
I see. And whatever does that mean? Your husband forgets to put out the night soil? Some broken shelving he's neglected to fix? Prithee, madam, I bid you be more precise.
Oh, you know perfectly well what I mean, Simon. I bid you not drag this out any longer. Pray read the stars and let us get this over with.
As you wish, madam. Now, let us see. What ails Mr. Allen so as to render him unable to perform his marital obligations towards Mistress Allen?
This game is so scandalous. Loss of carnal lust. A mild enchantment by a witch. Cold in the heart. Crick in the back. You know, we're gonna say the long-term chances of you and your husband are poor because apparently I'm in love with her and I'm supposed to win her heart or something to that degree.
Mr. Allen is afflicted with a cold in the heart caused by an imbalance of black bile. The treatment for this is quite simple. You have merely to add boiled snake to your husband's diet.
Oh, that is... 'Tis your full judgment on the matter, then?
Yes, he is to eat boiled snake flesh. Be sure to gut the snake first, however.
Then I will pass these instructions on to my cook. Well, I'd best be going now.
Nay, prithee, bide a moment. If you will. The snake flesh cure, 'tis often effective, in truth. 'Tis also my judgment, as a physician, that for a wife to be so neglected, 'tis most unhealthsome. And so...
Oh, Simon.
Oh, Avis.
Coitus post consultatio. So yes, I'm definitely supposed to be sleeping with her. Whoops. Shouldn't have turned her down last time.
Was doctors against him do make war? Doctors against him do make war. He makes love without a care.
Or-
True, Avis is not his my lord.
Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
But in love and war is fair. But in love and war is fair.
Last even, 'twas like a dream. Never in my life have I felt so... Oh, my sweet Avis, 'tis true you are married, but surely a love as great as ours can transcend such earthly impediments. Dare I hope for... Nay, 'tis most unlikely. Or is it? Forsooth, there be no harm in asking the stars. Might Avis Allen one day be mine?
I think I should reject myself. Loyalties lie with her family. Betrayed her marriage vows, cannot be undone, and her past cannot be replaced. I may be optimistic, for Mr. Allen will suffer ill luck and die. Okay. I am not seeing things clearly. If I knew the truth about our relationship, I would presently be seething with jealousy. Avis is cunningly hiding a secret. Oh my gosh, I'm going with this. She's totally backstabbing me. With that sister of hers. Or something.
What is this? Avis harbors a secret from me? Something that might arouse my jealous passions. Doubtless 'tis another man. But who could he be? Her carnal desire for him must be powerful indeed to draw her thoughts away from me, and I do not think Avis has occasion to meet any man so becoming as to provoke... Ah, I see.
Do I know who this man might be? Is it the priest?
Almighty God, lead thy servants forth back away from sin and temptation, lest his wife does him an
So this is the guy I
Good day, Dean Blogg. Fare you well?
Most
couldn't
well.
help with his ship.
Most well indeed. And I will tell you why. The conquering cherub has lately returned home to England.
Ah, this being the voyage you did invest in.
Aye, and what a sound investment it was, for it has paid off most handsomely. The cherub's cargo of nutmeg and pepper will fetch a high price indeed. Forsooth, my earnings have enabled me to make a substantial investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's expedition to the New World.
Ah, methinks I've heard of this. 'Tis a quest to find the fabled lost city of gold, is it not? Or as the Spanish call it, El Dorado?
The very same. For it is said that El Dorado does lie deep within the rainforests of the southern parts of the New World, hiding vast quantities of gold and precious jewels. Hence, what I would have you tell me is, exactly how rich can I expect to be made from my investment?
I see.
For if I am to be made very rich, I am afeard that news of my fabulous wealth may cause some jealousy among the clergy. News travels fast around the diocese, and I think it wise to get ahead of it if I can.
Then let us consult the stars. What will become of Thomas Blagg's investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's quest to find El Dorado?
Well, we kind of know that they never found El Dorado. El Dorado isn't really a thing. Finances will bring him unhappiness. Whoops. Blake. Okay, so this is like what happened in real life. There is cause for pessimism and a surprising reversal to save the lives of children. What? Where did the children come in? I'm confused. The stars can be, You know, I wonder if this. I'm going to. We're going to Wikipedia. Thomas Blogg. Is he a real person? Thomas Blogg. Oh, he is a real person. Wow. Should we try to match his history? Actually, it doesn't look like. I mean, he's a real person, but it doesn't look like any of this is tied to any of that. No, we're gonna go with history, right? We're gonna go with history, Dorado.
I have ill tidings for you, Dean Blagg. Raleigh and his men have been set upon by a tribe of angry New World natives.
Angry natives? But surely the natives would greet us with much rejoicing. For do we not bring with us the gift of civilization? Would they not crave freedom from their tyrannical chieftains and cruel pagan gods?
Well, it would seem these particular natives cannot be reasoned with, as they are led by instinct alone, and they will fight to the last man, as it is not in their nature to surrender with honor, as Christian men would.
Truly? But,
Alas, I am afeard that Raleigh shall be forced to abandon his search for El Dorado, and your investment will come to naught.
I must own, sir, that I cannot share your uncharitable view of these savages. They may be heathens, but are they not still God's children? I will now take my leave, that you may engage in quiet reflection upon the spiritual dimensions of this question.
Oh, so the pessimism and the children can be saved one is the correct one. The children being the natives, savages. He is never going to recommend me.
When the symptoms are and the questions are quick, from the land is a strange and is a tis Ferraro.
So this guy is definitely messing with me.
Good morrow, sir, and
We
well
don't know
met.
why.
Indeed, 'tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to the great Dottore Simon Forman.
Aye, and I can see why you are come. Methinks you are not well, signor. The colour of your face is quite alarming.
It is because I am losing the blood. The blood does drain away from my face, away, way down my body, and out of my...
You are bleeding from your fundament. How much have you been bleeding, and for how long?
Un poco, not too much. It does come and go. Sometimes blood, sometimes no blood. You stop the blood, see?
Mayhap I will, but first I must consult the stars to find a diagnosis. What ails Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
Hemorrhoids. We're gonna go with jaundice. We're not gonna take anything he says at face value.
I am afeard you have jaundice, Signor. You must be purged of this excess of choler directly. I advise taking a hot bath, into which you must add an ounce of vinegar. Be sure to breathe deeply of the vapors that do arise from it.
But how did you... Molto bene. I will take this bath that you advise. But what of the blood that is coming from out of my nethers?
Oh, worry not over that, Signor, for 'tis a most natural and healthsome process. Your body is merely attempting to purge itself of corrupted choleric blood, much the same as does occur in a woman's nethers each month. But a man has what are called hemorrhoids for this purpose.
Are you sure? That is your final answer?
Indeed it is. I do assure you, Signor, 'tis the very latest medical thinking on the subject of hemorrhoids. You are welcome to procure a second opinion, but I warrant you will find that most doctors in London will tell you the same.
Then Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day, Signor Foreman.
This woman has a gift for words. If only she had writ his words, they'd probably be much better words. Though written by a lady.
Did you see that?
See what, madam?
Your querent, Signor Ferraro, scuttling away from me like a frighted rabbit. What have I ever done to upset the man? All I did was wish him buongiorno as I passed him at the door.
Verily, Signor Ferraro's behaviour does sound full strange. But let us not think of him, but of the matter that brings you hither, Mistress Lanier. How do you fare?
I fare most well, in the main. For you spoke true when you said my collaboration with Mr. S would be fruitful. 'Tis going exceeding well. Verily, Dr. Foreman, I would be right content with my lot at present if it were not for the trouble I am come about this day.
Pray, tell me of this trouble, madam.
I am being prowled. Oftentimes in the night I see him following me home. One time methinks I even caught him looking at me through my window. I would have you tell me who this prowling man might be.
A prowler? How very worrisome. Can you describe this man to me?
Nay, for 'tis always at night that I spy him, and I have always been too frighted for my eyes to linger upon him very long.
Then let us see what light the stars can shed upon the identity of this man who hides himself in darkness. Who is the man prowling Mistress Lanier?
I wonder if it's Shakespeare himself. The prowler is a violent husband. Reversal of ill luck he has had with Mistress Lanier. He harbors a misguided hope. She'll be a wife. Mental confusion to her religious beliefs. Yeah, that doesn't seem correct. Man is a man of authority and a master of wit. Considers him a friend. Oh, this is Shakespeare. Yes, we're going for Shakespeare as the prowler. We're writing
The stars
history.
suggest that your prowler is a man with a talent for wit. A man who secretly harbors amorous feelings towards you. Does that sound like anyone you know, madam?
Dr. Foreman, I find your question most illogical. I cannot know of a man who harbours secret feelings for me, for indeed, if I were to know of them, the feelings would not be secret.
Yes, well, let me put it another way. Your friend, Mr. S, is the keen-witted man who furtively admires you. He is your prowler, madam.
Mr. S is my prowler, you say? I bid you, sir, check the stars again.
Is it not the most likely explanation, though, madam?
I assure you there is nothing likely about the unique relationship betwixt me and Mr. S. Indeed, he has too much respect for my literary mind to use me so ill. For his is a noble intellect that allows him to soar above the baser instincts of lesser men. Now, if you will not judge the stars again for me, I will bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
Well, that didn't work out. Definitely not getting my 7 letters of recommendation.
Hear ye! Sir Walter Raleigh fails to find legendary Treasure City. Rumours say next Raleigh voyage is to Pot of Gold at End of Rainbow. Hear ye!
Reports have lately come in that Sir Walter Raleigh's expedition to the New World in search of El Dorado has been a colossal cluster fail. Despite Raleigh's assurances to the Queen that he would return with gold raided from the legendary city, it is said that Raleigh's ships bring back naught but potatoes. Experts predict Her Majesty's reaction to be somewhat testy. So we kind of knew that was going to happen. We'll see if our blog.
Here comes Emma, so kind is she. To the frail and aged she offers sympathy.
What is she for others?
Especially when they're born of wealth. Here comes Emma, so kind-hearted is she.
We'll see if Thomas Blogg reacts to Raleigh's expedition, but for now we have Emma Sharp.
Good day to you, Mistress Sharp.
Good day, Dr. Foreman. But I am Mistress Delamere now.
Mistress Delamere? But as I recall from my case notes... let me see now. 'Twas 3 years past. Aye, were you not hoping to marry a man named George Middleton?
Oh, yes. I did marry Mr. Middleton. But not long after we were wed, he fell to his death whilst taking the air atop a church belfry, struck down by his abiding love of late Gothic architecture.
There, my dear lady. How distressing your late husband's death must have been for you.
Aye, indeed, Dr. Foreman, so much so that my friends urged me to marry again, lest I die of grief. But now that I am once more a wife, I would not wish to be widowed anew, and John Delamere, my present husband, is also an older man. Dr. Foreman, you must tell me whether there be any illness he has, whether there be anything I might do to save my dear sweet husband from an early death.
Then let us see what the stars have to say. Is Mr. John Delamere troubled with any condition that may cause him to die?
John Delamere, is he going to die? Cardiac passion. Has been bewitched. He's gonna be fine. Should I say he's gonna die? He's gonna die.
Madam, I am afeard your new husband suffers from a cardiac passion. You must keep him away from anything that may cause him alarm or shock. To wit, changes in temperature, sudden noises and surprises.
Oh, I will, sir, I will indeed. I thank ye for this wise counsel. Good day, Dr. Foreman.
Okay, that was simple.
Sibyl's a fine host, of this she will oft boast. She loves to entertain, she loves to entertain. Though hard she does try, her dinners go awry. And in tears and shame.
Good morrow, Mistress Fortescue. How may I help you this day?
I did lately experience feelings of a most strange and disturbing nature, for which I desire an explanation.
I see. Prithee describe these feelings to me, madam. When did they occur?
Last eve, at a dinner party hosted by my dear friend Mistress Emma Delamere. All was well at first, but soon after my arrival I was stricken with a kind of madness.
Madness, you say?
Yes, moments during which I found myself overcome with feelings of mirth, laughing most immoderately at the dullest of remarks made by other guests. At other times I felt an unnatural fascination with the shape of the candelabra in the table's centrepiece. And all the while I was so ravenous with hunger, I quite
Marijuana.
absent-mindedly ate all the sweetmeats at my end of the table. I fear my rapaciousness did not escape the notice of guests seated beside me.
Such an immoderate appetite is out of character for you, I take it. It could not have merely been occasioned by anxious passions?
Why, nay, Dr. Foreman. Forsooth, I ought to have been very calm last eve, for I did spend the afternoon inhaling the fumes of an aromatic oil, a
Yes.
gift from my sweet husband, sent
Marijuana.
back from his explorations in the Near East. I did mention my husband, Captain Henry Fortescue, before, I think. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh. Oh, Henry and Sir Walter find the oil most relaxing, so he tells me.
Yet you were not so very relaxed last eve, I take it.
No, not in the least, for I fear a capricious spell was cast upon me. Over the course of the evening, I developed the strongest intuition that malignant forces were present in the room, and that I had been bewitched. Could it be true, Dr. Foreman? Might a witch have cast a spell on me?
That is something we shall have to ask the stars, madam. Let us see. What was it that afflicted Mistress Sybil Fortescue last eve at dinner?
Let's see what we got. The fumes. Melancholy? No. I'm not gonna go with that. Bewitched. Smoke inhalation. Here we go. I think this one. It's the marijuana. Yeah.
Now, madam, the oil your husband sent you. This was the first time you did inhale its fumes, methinks.
Yes, the shipment of gifts from my husband did only lately arrive.
Then I think we have your answer. I have read some interesting tales of such oils and herbs of the Near East. 'Tis said they occasion certain temperaments, to wit, an excessive sanguinity, which will have caused the immoderate laughter and increased appetite. They can also provoke a narrowing of the mind, which would explain your temporary fascination with the candelabra, and I believe the fumes of this oil may also have been responsible for the notion that you have been bewitched.
And the men of the Near East gain pleasure from this oil? They would render themselves foolish on purpose?
Aye, indeed. Foreigners have many strange customs and desires that we cannot hope to understand.
How fascinating! I thank you for this explanation, sir. Indeed, 'twill make for a most diverting tale with which to regale guests at my next dinner. God give you good morrow, Dr. Foreman.
Well, the one suffering from the obvious things, we're gonna get a recommendation from unless we screw up.
Consultation, will this one end in bed? Or will Mistress Allen slap him round the head?
Good day, Mistress Allen. What brings you this day? Oh, dear lady, you tremble like a leaf on an autumn day.
Aye, for I am most affrighted. But Mr. Allen says he thinks I worry over naught. So I am come to you, for methinks you would. Perchance you may help me.
By my troth, Pray tell me of this evil that affrightens you, madam, and I shall do all in my power to protect you from it.
Yes, evil. Oh, indeed, 'tis the very word for it. I have seen a dark figure prowling outside our house in the night, and once I saw him spying through my window. Who is he? What does he want from me? What am I to do?
I see. And you do not recognize his face or any other particulars? The colour of his hair, for instance?
So it's
Oh,
me.
nay, for 'tis always so dark. But by his silhouette I can tell he is a bony, scrawny little man.
Is he verily? But your husband thinks 'tis naught to worry over, you say?
Aye, he says the man is doubtless naught but a poor travelling tinker who is merely taking shelter in our garden. 'Twould explain why his figure is so slight, to be sure, but what if he is not a tinker? What if his purpose is more sinister?
Aye, indeed. Then let us consult the stars. Who is the man prowling outside the Allen's house in the night, and what is his purpose?
So it's probably me, right? Ava is mine. She must rein in her behavior. Not only does she have a deceptive nature, she has a sense of romance and has a preference for younger men. So, wait, have I been stalking her because I told myself she had another person? A secret enemy of the Allens. What? I don't know. There. This is true. This is me, right? I am a mature, intelligent man, and I am a secret enemy of the Allens. Mr. Allen, right?
The stars suggest the Prowler is a secret foe of your husband. Does Mr. Allen have any gambling debts, perchance?
Hold. Methinks I see it now. Ah, 'tis you! The Prowler, 'tis you!
Me? How now, madam? What an outlandish notion.
So you would deny it? That you have prowled and spied upon me these last months?
Prithee, Avis, you've got it all.
I will not have it. I am not a thing to be owned. I'm not one of your prized possessions.
But I didn't choose
prithee, madam,
prized possession
put that
one.
down. Put it...
Ah!
Fie, madam. That was a priceless Venetian vase.
But I didn't pick that one. Oh well.
Who is this man who has earned such acclaim? Lately returned from his conquests in Spain. The streets of London resound with his fame. Robert Stricker, that is his name.
Good day, sir. How may I... By Jupiter! Can it be true? Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, Lord of Her Majesty's Privy Council, a hero of the Battle of Cadiz.
Prithee, calm yourself, Sirrah. Pray, treat me just as you would any other querent.
Of course, as it pleases your lordship. But may I say, what a great privilege it is to... may I offer you a...
You are the man who had some success treating the plague some years past, are you not?
Oh, indeed, my lord. You are very well informed. My strong water did save many a Londoner from a most lamentable death.
Then perchance you might have some cunning cure for me as well, for since I am returned to England upon having resolved that small matter in Spain, I find myself afflicted with the most vexing ailment.
Oh, but your most glorious capture of the Spanish city of Cadiz was no small matter, my lord. All England talks of nothing else. Why, pamphlets recounting your heroic exploits are sold on every street corner in London.
Mayhap they are. I know nothing of them. My single-handed victory against the King of Spain was but a trifling affair, and the least I could do for my queen and a grateful nation. But I fear vast riches and the hearts of many a Spanish beauty were not the only things I did capture while I was there.
What else did you capture in Spain, my lord? I fear I do not grasp your meaning. If you would kindly show me where upon your body you are...
As you see, this Spanish disease I caught has me oozing a most disagreeable substance.
Methinks I have a fair idea of the nature of your affliction. But I must confirm the judgment with a reading of the stars. Let us see, what disease troubles Robert Lord Devereux, the Earl of Essex?
Gonorrhea. That sounds plausible. Love sounds less plausible. Evil digestion. We'll just go with the most obvious one. Gonorrhea.
You have gonorrhea, my lord. 'Tis a condition provoked by an increase in intimate activities.
Too much strumpy-humpy, eh? Well, 'tis true that since news of my victory got about, every wench from Southwark to Shoreditch wants a piece of my action, as it were. And how may this gonorrhea be cured?
The most effective method is lead plate therapy. Usually this requires a man to lie in bed for many hours with a leaden plate positioned upon his privy parts, thus allowing the lead to impart its healing properties to the affected member. But, of course, men such as your lordship have no time to lie around in bed, which is why... Let me just fetch it from my cabinet. Which is why I invented this.
And that is what? Some sort of wonder chub, like the ones old men used to wear?
Precisely so, my lord. 'Tis a codpiece that I had a blacksmith fashion out of lead. I invite your lordship to wear it under your breeches so that the lead may remain in contact with your privy member at all times. Indeed, until you are cured.
How very droll this is. Verily, how old-fashioned. I will appear as hung as old King Henry Tudor. Mayhap I just wear it in my chambers.
Good day, and please come again. If you need anything at all, I am at your service.
Like, there are so many how many people are there? And up to 5? I wonder if you go through all of them, or it just depends upon your choices whether you get all of them.
Watch your lover, Avis, watch her night and day. If a woman has your heart, you cannot let her stray.
Apparently I'm a jealous man.
Avis, I did not expect to see you this evening. Do you bring news?
Aye, some very good news, at least if you confirm it for me. Methinks I am with child.
Ah, how very wondrous. And, have you any idea of who might...
Aye, verily, with child, but I dare not to. Forsooth, what if it be naught but false hope?
Then let us ask the stars without delay. Is Mistress Avis Allen verily with child?
Let's be positive. Let's be positive. Evil angels are confusing her, aging. She's lazy, optimistic, trustworthy and creative when it comes to her, untrustworthy and creative when it comes to her marital views. Or a miscarriage. Wait. The father of Mistress Allen's unborn child is a strong young man that she is romantically... What? I'm saying it's my kid? Okay, fine. Fine, it's my kid. She's gonna die in childbirth.
The stars confirm that you are indeed with child. And that the father is...
Oh, joy! Simon, is it not wondrous? You and I are to be blessed.
Hold. I am not finished. The stars also reveal the identity of the father.
There is no need to read the stars for that, for surely 'tis obvious that you...
Prithee, admit it. You have been coupling with my manservant, William.
Why, you... I warrant the stars say nothing of the sort.
See here, in my chart. 'Tis plain as day.
Oh.
In the House of Children, alongside Venus, there is the planet Mars. Who else but William could that be?
But such scribblings of yours, they mean nothing to me. For all I know, you make up those stories about planets and houses and such. Why, verily, perchance you might draw up a new chart, Simon. One that tells of how the planet Avis is no longer in the House of Foreman.
You would mock me, madam? You would make a jest of my... Oh, I see. Leaving now, are you? Then you do so. You leave. I bid you good day.
Whoop. Guess I'm not getting a recommendation from her.
Rich but not satisfied, mayhap you have not tried this one weird trick for displaying your wealth. Buy herbs and confections to boost your complexion and pass idle hours tending to your health.
Nicholas Mugg.
Good evening,
This is a
sir.
new one.
Who do I have the pleasure of welcoming to my chambers this day?
Nicholas Muggs, proprietor of Muggs Rugs down on Silver Street.
Ah, the wig makers. You supply wigs to players, do you not? I have heard tell of your fine work from some of my playhouse querents.
I thank ye for your kindness, sir. I do hear you are very skilled at your trade also. For are you not the curer of the plague of 92? Forsooth, I do hope you may cure me as well. For though I do not think I have the plague, whatever I have is doubtless most grave, no matter what my wife thinks.
And what is it your wife thinks?
It be her mind that I have taken naught but a chilly cold in the head. But 'tis not so, Dr. Foreman, for I ache all over. My throat is grown sore, and I cough day and night.
Day and night, you say?
Aye, verily.
I see. Then let us consult the stars. What does ail Nicholas Mugg?
Not sure. Mugg is troubled with hypochondria, possibly induced by witchcraft. This could be fatal. Hypochondria is a belief that you have disease, right? Not a true disease? I don't know. Mugg has taken a cold in the head, so the wife is correct. Mugg is suffering from cardiac passion, characterized by short-windedness and grievous pain, both in the heart and throughout the body. Wait, cannot be cured. Imbalance of blood. Hypochondria. We're gonna go with hypochondria.
I'm sorry to confirm that your condition is indeed most grave.
Oh, most grave, you say?
I am afeard so, for it seems you have been stricken with a bout of hypochondria. 'Tis a disease of the mind that provokes delusions of illness in the sufferer, whilst he is, in truth, in a state of perfect health. My chart indicates that in your case it is so severe it may one day prove fatal.
What is it that you call it? I must own, sir, that though I understand little of what you say, by your tone methinks you do trifle with me. And to think that folks say you be different from other doctors. Well, sir, I will not tarry, for I see I do waste my time here.
Well, that didn't work.
Robert Lord Devereux, a rising star, dashing and debonair, he will go far. Oh, London greets him with cries of huzzah! In truth, we cannot stay so smitten when we are.
Good day, my lord. How may I do you service? Would it pertain to some thrilling adventure upon which you may soon be embarking?
Indeed it does. Sir Walter Raleigh and I did recently come across some intelligence concerning a fleet of Spanish ships that will soon be sailing home from the New World, bearing a goodly cargo of gold. Raleigh and I plan to borrow the royal fleet, which we will use to intercept the ships and seize the treasure.
Huzzah! But, borrow the Royal Navy, you say?
Aye, only temporarily, of course. The Queen will hardly know her ships are gone. Indeed, when we return them to her bearing a handsome prize of Spanish gold, she will doubtless forgive our failure to file the correct paperwork and what not.
Doubtless. And how may I assist your lordship in this glorious endeavour?
Well, in order to intercept the Spanish fleet, we must know which route it is planning to take. One possibility is that it returns to Spain having retrieved the gold from the New World's southern continent. The other possibility, and this is the one Sir Walter thinks most likely, is that the gold has already been transported by conquistadors from the southern continent up to Havana, and the ships are to fetch it from there.
Then let us see whether the stars can tell us upon which route the treasure ships may be intercepted on their return to Spain from the New World. Will they be sailing from the southern continent or from the Spanish colony of Havana?
So, I suspect this is rooted in some historicalness, and there's an answer to this. I don't know the answer to this. The crew of the Spanish ships happened upon the gold by conquering and killing its owners. Though the conquering of foreign peoples, the King of Spain is establishing a fine cultural legacy for future generations. Women factor into the Spaniards' travel plans. Devereaux should trust his friend Raleigh's instincts. The Spanish sailors hide a shameful secret that relates to a lack of self-control. Oh, this sounds juicy. Let's do this one.
The stars are of the same mind as your friend, Sir Walter Raleigh. Now, for regardless of where the Spaniards load their ships with gold, they will stop at the port of Havana. It seems the Spanish sailors will be unable to calm their carnal desires.
Excellent, excellent. But where are we to intercept them? Pray, give me the precise day, latitude, and longitude.
Certainly, my lord. But divining nautical coordinates is a somewhat lengthy and complex process. If your lordship would kindly return in an hour or so...
Quickly, sir! I have not the time to bide here all day.
Well then, let me see now. Taking into account the position of Jupiter, divide by 3, carry the 1... yes. The Spanish treasure ships may be intercepted upon the 15th day of October at a latitude of 9 and 40 degrees north and 5 and 20 degrees west, or thereabouts. That said, however, I cannot promise you that...
Excellent. Raleigh and I shall sail to this very spot. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Godspeed, my lord.
Why do I think that's going to go poorly?
Though she never went to school, and she's kind and never cruel, do not take Alice for a fool. Alice Black, she is no fool.
Thomas's sister?
Good evening to you, madam. How might I...
Hi. Pray go
Wife.
tell your master, Mr. Foreman, that Mistress Alice Blagg is come to see him.
Ah, Mistress Blagg. It is I, Dr. Simon Foreman, at your service. And what an honour it is to welcome the wife of the Dean of Rochester to my humble practice. To whom do I owe my thanks for having recommended you to my care?
Well, I will not lie. You owe your thanks to nobody. For folk do tell me that you are not a real doctor, but a quack, who does conjure demons and dabbles most unlawfully in the dark arts.
I do assure you, madam, that whatever you may have heard, I am a...
Yea, do not quibble, sir. If I did seek the counsel of a doctor who has one of those fancy medical degrees, or the kind of high-bred know-it-all who does see fit to judge a woman and vex her most cruelly, I would have gone elsewhere. But, truth be told, I have need of such a man as you, for I have been bewitched by a witch.
Ah, I see.
Yea, a loathsome spell has been cast upon me. It does cause me to awaken in the morning with a most terrible pain in my head, a pain so wretched it does have me chundering into my chamber pot.
Pain in the head and involuntary
Is this another
purging.
pregnancy?
And what leads you to believe your suffering is occasioned by witchcraft?
Well, the timing is most unnatural. My troubles do occur every Saturday morning without fail. I suspect the doings of our new neighbour, the
She
widow
drinking
MacDoon.
Friday nights?
As well as being Scottish, she does possess several cats.
Several cats, you say?
One or two of which I may have kicked, and now she has seen fit to take revenge upon me with her dark, foreign magic.
Indeed. Scotland is well known for the powerful black witchcraft practiced by its womenfolk. But as compelling as this evidence may be, my practice does draw upon the latest scientifical arts. To diagnose your condition, I must first perform a rigorous astronomical analysis. So, let us see now, what do the stars say is the cause of your Saturday morning suffering?
Noxious food or drink. I can believe that. Child? No, I don't think has a kid. Is with child. She is bewitched. No, we're gonna say she's drinking Friday night. Whether or not that works,
Madam,
I don't know.
May I delicately inquire as to whether it be the habit of you and your husband to take wine with supper? On Friday evenings, perchance? Drinking a little overmuch on occasion is nothing to be ashamed of. Many of my most respectable querents do find that a fine French claret can be deceptively...
Oh, nay, more's the pity. My husband is a tiresome teetotaler who prefers to spend his evenings writing sermons and counting coin. He hardly ever accompanies me to the tavern on Fridays.
Does he not? Well, in any case, I am much afraid that the ale you do consume upon these tavern visits may be to blame for your affliction. The consumption of strong drink can provoke an excess of black bile, which then does cause the body to purge itself the following day. I do advise you to consider...
Then I am not bewitched. But if that be true, then to poor Molly McDoon I have been most rude and unneighbourly. For shame. I must go to her this hour and apologise. Fare you well, Mr. Foreman. I must bid you good day.
Okay, no surprises there. Wow, there's so many. 7? I have to do 7 cases with her? Wow. This is a
Beware conspirations, plots and machinations, the schemes of big physics to sell you their wares. Their cures do us violence, but they call it science. They mock our beliefs and belittle our fears.
Ah, well met, Mr. Mugg. You seemed displeased following our last consultation. In truth, I am surprised to see you again.
Doubtless you are. You were very wrong to tell me I had, what was it again, hyperdiarrhea or some such?
Hypochondria, as I recall.
But, yea, I am come again, for it seems you have won the heart of my wife, and she will not hear of me seeing any other doctor henceforth.
Ah, verily. Your wife's endorsement does me honour, sir. So, what brings you this day? For in sooth you look most well.
Well? Mayhap I look well now, but 'twill not be for long. I have been poisoned.
Poisoned? By the saints! Who is the author of this foul deed?
My friend George Sprottle, the bookbinder. I did dine with him not 2 hours ago.
Ah, I see. A bout of evil digestion. Pray tell, was there turned meat or some such at table?
Nay, not meat. 'Twas a pie full of cherries. I had a bite of it afore I knew what I was eating.
Cherries, you say?
Aye, cherries. And this after I took particular care to give Mistress Sprottle a list of foods I must not eat. I added cherries to the list when I did hear that the Countess of Devonshire has declared against their noxious qualities.
The Countess of Devonshire, you say? Noxious qualities, indeed. And now your symptoms, Mr. Mugg. Had you any reaction after eating these cherries?
My reaction? Well, I reacted as any man would. I spat them out. And know you what Mr. Sprottle did then, Dr. Foreman?
Nay, but pray tell.
He did laugh at me. He even called me a dinner-ralphing fusspot. Fie, I may soon be in the grave, thanks to George. Will he still be laughing then?
Well, let us not speculate, shall we, Mr. Mugg? Now, let us see what the stars may tell us. What ails Nicholas Mugg?
So he definitely is like a hypochondriac. Ate some cherry pie. Cherry poisoning. Splenetic. Sure, we'll tell him he had cherry poisoning.
Aye, it seems you have indeed been poisoned. The cherries have provoked an imbalance of choler. You must take the antidote for cherry poisoning, which is... let me see what I have here in my cabinet. Ah, yes, Saccharum officinarum. Dissolve a pinch of these crystals on your tongue before dinner for a week.
Saccharum?
Saccharum officinarum, more commonly known as sugar.
Sugar, forsooth. I have heard tell of sugar. 'Tis a rare and fine substance, I do believe, and therefore doubtless most efficacious.
I wonder how many of these they actually sang. Like, is there every option have a different little...
William!
singing?
There you are. Did Mistress Allen call whilst I was out this day? Nay? You're quite sure about that, are you? I see. I cannot understand it. Why has Avis not come these past weeks? Does she no longer wish to see me?
The answer is yes. Reluctance is my legacy of unpleasant. Oh, so this is that's me blaming myself. That's very good. I should give up on her. She is cheating on me. Okay, it's my fault.
So, 'tis the madness of my love that keeps Avis away. My jealous passions and accusations have vexed her, mayhap even caused her fright. When she comes to see me again, for she surely will, by and by, I must remember to be kinder to her, to not plague her with my suspicions. And until Avis does return, well, there are other women in the world, are there not?
Sir, I must thank you for resolving the misunderstanding betwixt me and my neighbor, Mistress Molly McDoon. You advised me that my Saturday morning headaches and chunderings were not caused by her witchcraft, but my consumption of strong drink. You spoke true, and for that I am grateful. Although if Molly was not the author of my suffering, she surely is now, for since we are become friends, we go together to the tavern every Friday. Your querent, Alice Blogg.
Nothing like the sun, if snowy white her breasts are done, and that is our description done, for she is a lady, she's not a lady.
Good day, Mistress Lanier. Much time has passed since I last saw you. How do you fare?
In truth, not well, Dr. Foreman, not well at all.
Then I am full
He's not
sorry for it,
attractive
madam.
enough.
Pray,
I
tell me what
resemble
manner
that-
of ill has
resent that
befallen you.
remark.
First, I must beseech your pardon, sir, for methinks Mr. S may verily be my prowler after all, as you did surmise.
Hey, I was
Think
right.
nothing of it, madam. But what has made you change your mind about him?
I have been publicly humiliated. Mr. S has been circulating a collection of insulting sonnets about an unnamed dark lady, and all of London thinks this dark lady is me.
Well, your complexion is rather, that is to
I
say...
am described as having foul breath and black wires for hair, though methinks the very worst line is the one that tells of a gross body rising at the utterance of my name. And I cannot abide illusions, Dr. Foreman. If Mr. S wishes to reference bodily levitation and other such cheap stage magic, he would do well to leave my name out of it. My interest is in the dramatic arts, not fairground attractions.
I am not sure that is quite his meaning.
Dr. Foreman, you know of Mr. William Shakespeare, then? Do not tell me you have read the sonnets.
Well, I own that I have. But as you did remark, madam, all of London has read them.
Oh, woe, I am undone. My professional reputation is now utterly spoiled, for now the whole world will look upon me as naught but Mr. Shakespeare's fancy wench. No longer will they judge me on my own merits.
Let us hope it is not as grave as that, madam. Have you discoursed upon the matter with him?
Nay, I dare not confront him about it. For we are almost at an end with our work on a play, and I dare not risk it not being staged.
Then let us see what the stars advise. What may Mistress Lanier do to restore her professional reputation?
What should she do? Harbors secret thoughts of adultery? What? Ignorant of her romantic feelings, this must be reversed. Should abandon her career ambitions. No, that's not right. She should definitely write a book. Is confused about her feelings with me? God will help her. Okay, that doesn't seem right either. The relationship between Shakespeare is not an equal one. Shakespeare's arrogance this is definitely true. I don't know if I'm supposed to be choosing the truest options or the most entertaining
You are
options.
right to be
but
concerned
yes,
about the
there we
damage
go.
to your reputation, Mistress Lanier, for there is a danger that your partnership with Mr. Shakespeare and his depiction of you in his sonnets will forever overshadow your own literary achievements.
God's womb. But what can I do to forestall such an injustice?
I suggest you spread a rumour of your own about another lady. For instance, there is a brothel owner in Clerkenwell they call Black Luce. If you were to put it about that she is the subject of Shakespeare's sonnets, 'twould do her reputation no harm. Indeed, the effect would be quite the reverse, for doubtless there be many a manor present who would pay handsomely for a tumble with Shakespeare's dark lady.
Well, indeed. I do feel 'tis most important to advance the interests of my fellow women, especially those seeking to make their way in business. Oh, do you see that, Dr. Foreman? 'Tis your mute Italian querent, Signor Ferraro. He is staring at us through the window.
Is he? Ah, then doubtless he has come for another consultation.
Oh, maybe I'll get one. Maybe I'll get one letter recommendation.
When it feels like a play, an Italian cliché. When it feels like a play, an Italian cliché. Ferraro, Signor Ferraro.
Good day, senor, and well met.
Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great Dottore Simon Foreman.
Indeed, I did recognize you, senor. How may I assist you this day?
I am ill. I tell you my problems. First problem, I do make a chandar in the morning. Next problems, my belly does swell and my chest
he's
is
pregnant.
most tender to the touch. And now, for the very most terrible of problems. I have the big fears. One moment I do weep, and the next I do curse and gnash my teeth.
So I choose non-pregnancy.
So, Dottore,
Maybe I'm
tell what
supposed to
ails
fall
me,
for
huh?
all this guy's
You wanna make a
lies.
water into this cup? Un momento, I make the water.
Nay, not in my... prithee, hold. If you please, senor. As with our previous consultations, I shall be judging your illness by reading the stars.
So, you need not of my...
Nay, senor, I have no need of it. Whilst 'tis true that most physicians do spy and sniff their patients' urine, I find this method of piss-pot diagnosis most imprecise. Indeed, the practice is quite primitive. 'Tis my belief that if medicine is to advance in this modern age, we must all adopt a more scientifical method. I am quite sure history will bear me out on this question.
This scientifical method. This reading my diagnosis in the stars?
Precisely so. Speaking thereof, perchance we may consult the stars now. What illness troubles Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
Apoplexy. Memory loss. Okay. Mattering in the breast. Corrupt matter in the chest area. No. He's with child. Yes. Definitely with child. No, we're gonna say he has apoplexy. Wait, mild enchantment by a witch? Mattering in the breast, which is a gathering of corrupt matter in the chest area, occasioning pain in the... Mild enchantment cast by... Well... Let's just go with this one. We're gonna choose the mildest.
Worry not, senor. You are merely troubled with a mattering in the breast. I advise you to take to bed and cover yourself with sheets that have been warmed before a fire. But you must not sleep, nor may you eat or drink, for food and drink would serve to increase the corrupt phlegm and matter in your chest.
Mattering in the breast. Most dottori would say my problems do not match the signs of mattering in the breast.
Not the right
But
one.
you, Signor Foreman, are not most dottori, eh? You are genius of the medicine who does find true meaning in the stars. I thank you, Signor Foreman, for your advice has been most enlightening. Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
Should've gone with the apoplexy.
Pharaoh's are which must have food on your plate. Are you verily sure that your dinner is clear? At mystery of food causes your pain, but your friends and relations are very mean.
Good day, Mr. Mugg. Pray tell, did the matter with the, cherries resolve itself in the end?
Those sugar crystals you gave me did work wondrous well. Verily, Dr. Foreman, methinks you should fashion this medicine into little round pills and sell them by the score. I warrant
Placebo,
you would
of
make your
course.
fortune.
Yes, if only I could have my querents believe that mere sugar pills were the cure for all their ills, great and small, I would be a very rich man indeed, would I not? And what may I assist you with this day, Mr. Mugg?
I have the spotted fever. I must begin treatment now, or else I will...
Hold, sir. The spotted fever is exceeding rare. Why would you think you have such a disease?
Well, sir, not only am I covered all over in red spots, I have lately taken to chundering, such as are the very symptoms listed in the medical book I did read. I am already taking the treatment Mr. Cogan prescribes, but now I require...
You mean to say you have read Thomas Cogan's Haven of Health? Why, that is a most technical book, writ for doctors and medical students. How did you come to be reading it?
My friend George Sprottle did bind a printing of it in his shop. He kindly let me spy some pages afore 'twas sent up to Cambridge. Oh, but Dr. Foreman, I forget myself. You have no medical degree, so you doubtless have not read it. Mayhap if I ask George nicely...
Sir, let us consult the stars and see if they may tell us what ails you.
Yeah, this is an insane game. I agree, Papio. You know, this game is really entertaining. I'm not sure how much of a game it is. It seems more like an interactive novel. It seems rooted in history, especially the way he uses the stars to diagnose people, which is what I'm pretty sure the basis of all modern medicine. Still to this day, astrology. Yes. Hypochondria, again. I mean, this is true. I think he does have hypochondria, but he doesn't like it when I tell him that. Evil digestion. And he does have the spotted... No, I'm going to tell him he has hypochondria. He's not going to like it, but you know what? You're crazy. Not crazy, but you know.
The spots on your privy member suggest a mild venereal disease. Such pustules can appear so foul in appearance as to induce involuntary upward purging, as is the case here. It's also indicated that you suffer from hypochondria.
Dr. Foreman, did you not hear me? I said nothing of spots being on my yardle. On my word, I know not why folk even bother with doctors.
Whoops.
Not now we have books to consult. One thing more, if you please, Dr. Foreman, for I feel I must give ye warning. A great storm is coming. I feel it in my bones, and my bones do always speak true. You would do well to bide indoors at the first sign of wind and rain. God keep ye well, Dr. Foreman.
Okay. Not getting his recommendation, probably. Oh, Thomas Blogg again.
Guide the servant Thomas Blogg, reach forth thy gracious hand, and slap sense into him.
Good morrow, Dean Blogg. How fare you this day?
Well, Dr. Foreman, I must own that I do not fare well, for my recent investments have left me in a rather vexing financial position.
Verily, that is ill to hear.
Aye, Sir Walter Raleigh's quest for El Dorado failed most woefully, just as you predicted. His ships did return loaded with naught but a few sacks of worthless root vegetables. I cannot fathom it. We are Englishmen. We do not eat vegetables.
Aye, a disappointing outcome indeed.
Oh, but that is all by the by. For you will be pleased to know that I put my remaining fortune into a new venture so assured of success that I will make all my money back and more.
Assured, you say? How very reassuring.
I have invested in an expedition to intercept a fleet of Spanish ships carrying gold back from the New World. For this expedition, Sir Walter Raleigh will be joined by that famous military genius, Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex. So success is virtually guaranteed. There is but one small worry, however.
Ah, only one?
Aye. 'Tis that Raleigh and Essex set sail full 2 months past, but there is yet no tidings of them. Such silence is a trifle vexing. Have they yet captured the Spanish treasure ships? Surely no ill has befallen them.
A most vexing mystery indeed. Let us see whether the stars can tell us what has become of this expedition.
Well, I don't think they were lost at sea. Angels will bless him, but he must be lazy. Okay. A violent battle is being waged. Okay. Good intuition. Okay. And that'll be good in the end. He's been careless. Wrong direction. Reversal of fortune. Yeah, no, we're gonna flatter. We're gonna flatter Thomas Block.
Wondrous tidings! Your family's fortune is soon to be restored, and you may thank God for it was he that inspired you to invest in such a well-led expedition. Raleigh and Essex have come upon the Spanish treasure fleet, and a violent battle off the coast of Spain is being waged this very hour.
Verily? Blessed day! O Heavenly Father, I give thanks unto thee for both thy mercy and thy business savvy.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it went, but we flattered him, gave him hope. When it turns out to be false, we're gonna lose all of the recommendation, but it's okay. There's no way I'm getting 7.
So distressed, mayhap she can't abide a jest. No word from love and his professed. What an ungrateful lady! What an ungrateful lady!
Good day, Mistress Lanier. Pray, come in and take comfort by the fire. The wind is fierce and cold this day.
Did you see him this time, Dr. Foreman? He did it again. He ran off the moment he saw me.
See who, madam?
Your patient, Signor Ferraro.
Ah, verily? Indeed, I was expecting him to come for a consultation this day. But he changed his mind and ran off, you say. How very mysterious.
Truly, 'tis as if all men are determined to use me ill.
Surely not all men, madam. I, for one, remain most devotedly at your service. My dear lady, I do not need to read the stars to see that something grave has befallen you. Pray, tell me what it is.
Yesterday I did meet with Mr. Shakespeare to discourse upon our new play, which is to open this week at the theatre in Shoreditch. But though I was determined not to confront him about the sonnets he wrote about me, 'twas difficult to hide the heaviness I did feel in his company.
I can well imagine, madam.
So then, well, he remarked upon my dark humour. To wit, he said to me, "Amelia, your pretty brow does furrow, so I will kiss it smooth."
And I sense that you did not receive this well?
Indeed, I did not. Forsooth, I was so enraged by this, I reversed my flagon of ale full over his head.
Ah.
Whereon he rose from his stool, declaring I was the most ungrateful and unworthy wench in all of Christendom, and then he flew out of the tavern like a bat from out the gates of hell.
A most vivid image, and no doubt most apt. Men who work in playhouses are prone to indulging in such melodrama, of course. Why so many ladies care for such men in preference of those employed in solid, stable professions, I shall never understand.
And if only that were all. For this morning I saw a bill advertising our play posted on a wall in my street. It bears his name and not mine.
Verily? Surely not. Mayhap there has been some error made.
Nay, Dr. Foreman, 'tis no error, for I rushed to the theatre to see what was amiss, but I was refused admittance. Indeed, the player who came to the door denied all knowledge of my collaboration on the play. Methinks Mr. Shakespeare is exacting his petty vengeance upon me for rejecting his sly suit by denying me credit for my work, and he means to deal with me by pretending I do not exist, as if I were a ghost. Or is it he who has become the ghost? In truth, I am not yet sure how that metaphor should work.
What monstrous perfidy! Pray tell me what I might do to punish this wretched scribbler. Though I am not adept with a sword, I do have a book that instructs in how to command nefarious spirits.
Oh, prithee, sir, I am come not in search of vengeance, but to seek answers. As you know, I have been ill-treated by my husband, and now I am betrayed by Mr. Shakespeare. Pray, read the stars and answer me this, Dr. Foreman. Will I ever be able to trust, even love, a man again?
I believe in you. Oh, there's only one choice. That's great. She's given to her true feel. Am I gonna propose myself? Rob my. I'm gonna propose myself, aren't I? That was the only choice.
To your question of whether there yet be a man in this world worthy of your trust and affections, forsooth, I have never seen an arrangement of stars that speaks so clearly.
Verily? Then pray tell, what answer does it give?
My dear lady, the answer you seek need not be divined by reading the stars. It may be read in the signs you see before you now. To wit, the answer you seek is right in front of you.
I am afeard I do not follow, Dr. Foreman. 'Tis your feather quill, a half-eaten apple, your desk is a little untidy, and I must confess the symbolism in Flemish still-life painting has always quite confounded me. Take a skull, for instance. What sense does a skull make alongside a bowl of... Below. 'Tis clear to me now, your face was always hid in shadow, but 'tis you, Mr. Foreman. You are the man who has been prowling me these last months.
Dearest, loveliest Amelia, allow me to profess to you my undying admiration for your charms, which are not insignificant.
God's womb, et tu, Dr. Foreman. Fie, you of all men to betray me thus. But 'tis true. I now see the answer. For I know now never again to trust a man to guide me. Henceforth, I shall write under my own name.
Well,
and when
positive
there are
outcome.
decisions to be made, I shall take my own counsel and make my own judgments. By the by, methinks I do at last understand that prediction you made for me some years ago, Dr. Foreman. The one about how belief is required if I am to succeed. 'Tis a belief I must hold not in the inevitability of my own personal success, but of the successes of the women who will come after me. Farewell, Dr. Foreman, and clean your desk. Verily, 'tis quite disgusting.
Oh, it's actually done. I never got a letter of recommendation from her. Although I'm pretty sure that I did almost all of these correctly. Oh no. I did that one wrong. Well, many more people to go before. Wow, a new person.
Much does depend, much, on his choice of a spouse. He must be well, to consecrate wealth, no matter the cost to love and to health.
Good day to you, young sir, and well met. You are Lancelot Moore of Middlesex, are you not? What an honour it is to welcome a son of the great house of Moore to my humble consulting chambers.
'Tis indeed I, Lancelot Moore. I will own it. But hear this. My family is ignorant of my designs in coming here, and I wish them to remain so. Which is why I come to you, Mr. Foreman, for methinks you are not such a man who would ever find himself in the company of a family such as ours.
Ah, well, you may count upon my discretion, Mr. Moore. And what is the matter that brings you this day?
'Tis that my family wish me to marry my wretched cousin Barbara.
And I take it you would not wish to comply?
Nay, I verily would not. Cousin Barbara is a vile little minx. She loves nothing more than to sport with me and play cruel japes. Last Christmas, she even hid a dead mouse in my mince pie.
The lady does seem most spirited.
The lady? Oh, pish! Cousin Barbara is hardly a lady, for she is not 14 years of age. It is most unnatural to ask a grown man to wed a child.
Indeed it is. 'Tis my belief that in these enlightened times we should consider...
Verily, Barbara be damned. My heart belongs to a true woman, not a freckled, scrawny slip of a girl. A full-blossomed woman.
A woman, you say?
Aye, Marion, my other cousin.
Of course.
I see.
Ah, Marion. So beguiling are her shapely charms. Oh, to lie, if not to die, in Marion's arms. So soft her lips, so sweet her face. Oh, how I yearn for her embrace. In me she hath such passion stirred, a fever rises in my... But nay, I pray for death and would be martyred if from her I be thus parted. And so you see, you must help me forestall this wretched marriage so that I might wed my sweet cousin Marion. Mr. Foreman? Mr. Foreman?
Yes, indeed. Let us see what the stars advise. How might Mr. Moore avoid this marriage to his cousin Barbara?
So, this game is lacking gameplay, but it's rather entertaining. Will be able to extract himself from this engagement if he's come of age and has control of his fortune. He should go to war. Barbara is secretly unhappy about the marriage. God's aid will come to Barbara. Intuition. Okay, we'll do this one. Why not?
It is apparent you do not wish to marry your cousin Barbara. But have you considered whether she wishes to marry you?
Nay, but I cannot think why she would not want to marry me. I am exceeding eligible.
Aye, doubtless you are, Mr. Moore. But do you not think her unkind japes may indicate she harbours some degree of malice towards you?
Mayhap you are right. I did find a toad in my bed Thursday last. 'Tis as if Barbara were possessed by a demon.
Very possibly. And thus possessed, she may be distracted and not wholly aware of your, fine qualities. I advise you to simply bide your time. For the stars suggest she is a cunning maid who plans to thwart the marriage using a method of her own devising.
Verily? Then I will leave it all to Barbara, as you advise. But it shall be on your head if I'm forced to marry her, Mr. Foreman.
Hear ye, hear ye. Spanish Armada nears English coast. Nation prepares for invasion whilst Queen searches for missing navy. Hear ye.
Yeah, so it turns out I sent the Navy in the wrong place. Oh well.
Wench, be sure to marry, lest ye be branded a witch. If Mary sees you keeping cats against you, she will snitch. Beware of Mistress Mary Payne, she is a nosy fa. La 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 la.
Blessed even, Dr. Foreman.
Mistress Payne, what brings you in such weather? 'Tis most dangerous to be about in it.
Oh, it takes more than a little wind and rain to forestall me from doing the Lord's work. Besides, foul weather is naught but God's righteous vengeance upon London for the sinful
Spanish
debauchery of its
Armada
inhabitants.
being destroyed in the
Verily?
storm?
Then I dread to think what northerners get up to of an evening.
Pray heed me carefully, Dr. Foreman, for 'tis on a most pressing matter that I am come. Doubtless you have heard the news. The Spanish Armada does sail once again towards England's shores. It seems this latest Armada was most unexpected.
Well, as 'tis oft said, no one expects the Spanish Armada.
'Tis very grave this time, for I have heard tell that our own warships are far away at sea, and with our coasts undefended, a Catholic horde may soon be sailing up the Thames to slay us all.
Aye, our situation is most grave indeed. But what would you have me tell you, Mistress Payne?
I wish to know whether the English fleet will arrive home in time to defend our shores, or might we ordinary folk be compelled to take up arms to defend ourselves? Dr. Foreman, are you ready to beat off the Catholics, come what may?
Am I ready to beat off the... Prithee, madam, let us pray the need never arises. Perchance the stars will offer us some reassurance. Will the Royal Naval Fleet return home in time to defend England from the Spanish Armada?
Yeah, so the Spanish Armada is going to sink. I'm pretty sure that's how history goes. Also, the scene introduction talked about the lady with cats. What does this have to do with the lady with cats? Royal Navy is absent. Yep. Okay. Rouse her neighbors. Authorities cannot be trusted. Okay. Well, this is what happens in real life. I think. The Spanish Armada sinks. I think. I don't know how many Spanish Armadas there were, but there was a famous one that definitely sank.
Be no longer afeard, Mistress Payne. The Spaniards are soon to be thwarted. Although the Armada does near our shores, its progress is slow. For, according to the stars, the sailors are most idle in nature.
Ah, yes, 'tis a trait oft remarked in continentals.
And they will be punished for this sin of sloth, for their lives are soon to be taken by a most deadly event.
Glory be! And what nature of event might this be? How will England achieve this glorious victory? A fierce sea battle won by our mighty warships? A triumphant charge of our cavalry brigades?
Well, England will use her... let me see now. Yes, these southern continentals will be struck down by England's most terrifying weapon of all, our lamentable weather. Batten down your hatches and wrap up warm, Mistress Payne. A violent storm is coming.
Sir, I must congratulate you on the sterling counsel you gave me in relation to my horrid cousin Barbara, whom my parents did wish me to marry. As you did predict, the wretched little fiend did at length contrive a method for ending our engagement. She has run off with the Earl of Shrewsbury. Well, so that worked out.
Pray take care, for say, did you hear what the Countess says about peace? They corrupt your humors and cause cancer tumors, so doubtless they're causing your garden's disease.
Yes, peace.
Good morrow, Mr. Mugg. Back again so soon. And yet your red spots do seem to have faded.
Aye, those spots were naught but the work of fleas. My wife did beat the rugs and banish the dogs from the house. She'll be beating and banishing me next if she has her way.
Well, I am glad to hear you are faring better. What brings you this day?
I have a humoral imbalance and need treating for it.
A humoral imbalance, you say? Well, 'tis true that an imbalance of humours can affect a man's mood. For instance, an excess of black bile, which is a cold, dry humour, can provoke feelings of melancholy, whereas yellow bile
is hot and dry. I thank ye for the explanation, Dr. Foreman, but I did learn all about humours when I took supper with my friend, Mistress Ollingworth. She has a humoral imbalance and takes medicine for it. Hence, I am come this day for medicine to treat my own imbalance.
I see. And what mental symptoms are you experiencing? Any unusual or troubling feelings?
Aye, very troubling. Why, I find myself a-fretting and a-pacing all the day long. Even my wife has remarked upon it.
Anxiety and agitation. Pray tell, did these feelings begin before or after you spoke with your friend, Mistress Ollingworth?
Let me see now. After, methinks. Aye, after. Why? Does that matter?
Yes, quite possibly. But let us see what these stars do have to say. What humoral imbalance does ail my querent, Nicholas Mugg?
Cleric. Or constipation. We're gonna give him the bile imbalance answer so that he's happy.
Have you a diagnosis yet? This day I am to dine with Mistress Ollingworth, and I wish to tell her all about it.
Aye, 'tis done. You have a choleric temperament, brought on by a minor imbalance of yellow bile. It does oft induce feelings of irritability and impatience in the sufferer, and in severe cases, it can provoke outbursts of anger.
I see. How very interesting.
We must counter the excess of this hot, dry humour with wet and cooling elements. Take this powder of violets and salt and boil it in some water. Then you must drink the infusion once it is cooled.
I thank ye for this medicine, Dr. Foreman. But may I trouble you for twice the dose of it? For if the symptoms be what you say, I think my wife had best be taking it as well.
So you just need to cater to his delusions to make him happy.
Hear ye, hear ye! Spanish Armada sunk by English storm! Hear ye!
So yes, Spanish Armada sunk by storm. History.
Here comes a son of noble birth. Know you how much his father is worth? For such a boy advantage is bought, entitled to much, deserving of naught.
Oh, sirrah, I have dire need of your counsel.
Pray calm yourself, sir, and tell me of this urgent affair.
Oh, verily, 'tis most urgent. A fair maiden has my heart, a maid with hair of shining gold and eyes so blue the finest sapphires grow pale with envy. But she is a most pious and demure in nature, and has many other suitors. How might I win her favour?
Golden hair? But in our last consultation... let me see here in my notes. Yes, you told me your heart belonged to a maid with hair of onyx black that doth make the finest ebony go grey with envy.
You mean my cousin Marion? Pish! That was naught but a childish fancy. I bid you, Foreman, pray focus on the matter at hand, for if you do not help me win my true love's favour, my bursting heart will tear asunder, my soul will wither unto...
Aye, as you will. Let us see what guidance can be had from the stars. How may Lancelot Moore win the heart of this golden-haired maiden?
So, yeah, he seems to be most trouble to himself. So I gotta find the method that would keep him out of causing too much problems. Religious conversion. Must be self-disciplined and patient. That's not gonna happen. Beneath the veil of false religious fervor. Moore has a brutish nature. Ooh. Moore may win the lady's hand in marriage with jewelry and fine things. Okay. Bribe him. Yep. Has a deceitful business partner. More should lie about the size of his fortune. Yeah, let's bribe her. Let's bribe her, and the querent is a brute. And yeah, why not?
This maid does give off an air of piety, but in truth, she is no different from others of her sex. It would seem she hides a secret fondness for jewels and fine nicks and knacks. The stars also indicate that you would do well to make much of your masculine qualities of strength and bravery.
A most excellent plan, Foreman. Mayhap I take my love to the finest bear-baiting ring in London. For there she will see I do never flinch at the sight of blood spilled. And as for fine things,
I don't think this will
I will impress her by wearing twice my
I made.
usual number of necklaces and earrings. Verily, I will this very moment go to my tailor to order a much wider ruff.
He likes it, but it's not gonna work.
Alice Black, she likes a drink. She does care not what you think. Her head may end up down the sink, but Alice cares not what you think.
Good day, Mistress Black. What brings you?
Oh, Dr. Foreman, I have worked myself into such a state that I have urgent need of you.
Oh, you have you? Well then, let me just,
Yea, I have urgent need of your counsel. I am certain that my husband Blarg is hiding a shameful secret from me. As you doubtless did note from my flushedness of face and heaving of bosom, I burn with the fever of suspicion and curiosity.
Indeed, I did remark a fever upon your person, and wish fervently that I may bring it to a speedy resolution. Let us see. What is this secret that your husband Thomas Blarg hides from you?
It appears that Alice is to inherit wealth. Husband serves his family well through frugal management of their affairs. That's not true. Impressed by my authority and intelligence. The secret, a transformation in fortune. Business instincts misdirected. Husband has been carelessly optimistic. A religious romance. So this one is the truest. But I don't like the fact that I'm trying to insert myself in there. That's not gonna work. You know what? We're gonna pretend everything works out.
Cease your agitations and tribulations, dear woman. You doubt your husband wrongfully, for he is a paragon of discipline and virtue and hides no secret shame. Be glad, for Thomas Blarg's careful management of the family finances will one day make you a wealthy widow. And now, while we're on the topic of shameful secrets, perchance we may...
Huzzah! By my honour, it is excellent while my suspicions are unfounded. I will now hasten to the thirsty fish to fate this wondrous news.
LOL. Wow, she's got a lot more. This game appears to go on and on and on.
Alas, for little Emma, such sorrow she has borne, since she was made alive. She has much to mourn. Tis vexing, tis trying. Alas, for Lady Anne, such sorrow she has borne.
I do feel like the volume levels in this
Good
game are a
day,
little
Mistress Delamere.
inconsistent. Some
Good day,
loud,
Dr. Foreman.
some
Tis
not as
Lady
loud.
Dyer now. I remarried after poor Mr. Delamere passed.
Verily? Oh, I am full sorry to hear of your husband's demise, my lady.
'Twas his weak heart, as you did warn me. John collapsed and died at a mask ball, for someone, we know not whom, came to the ball dressed as a monstrous spider. Poor Mr. Delamere. He was always so afeard of spiders.
Oh, what a ghastly business. You must have been most distressed.
Yes, I was. So I hope you will understand why I worry for the health of my new husband, Lord Dyer. Mayhap 'tis not at all, and yet...
And yet you would wish to know so that you may rest easier. Why, of course, my lady. Pray, describe Lord Dyer's troubles to me, no matter how trifling they may seem to you.
Well, I have noted that my husband awakens many times in the night to make water. Mayhap 'tis the reason why he tires so easily during the day. And he does oft complain of thirst and hunger, even after meals.
Frequent urination, tiredness, dog-like appetite and thirst. Be there anything else?
There is also a small wound on his hand. It does not appear grave, yet it has not healed, even though it be some weeks since he cut himself.
A wound that will not heal. Then let us see what the stars have to say. Be there any grave illness troubling Mr. John Delamere?
Methinks you mean Lord Henry Dyer, Dr. Foreman.
I beseech your pardon, my lady. What illness troubles Lord Henry Dyer?
This sounds like a real problem, and I'm sure this guy's gonna die because that seems to be this. Well, trouble with the diabetes. He's not bewitched. Gangrene in the hand. We're gonna say he's diabetic. Why not?
It seemed Lord Dyer suffers from the diabetes. 'Tis a grave case of it, I am afeard.
God mend me. Then how am I to keep my husband from dying of it?
Well, the consumption of lettuce seeds and barley water can help, and you must not allow him to take honey or sweetmeats. In truth, I am a little concerned about the wound on his lordship's hand, though it be minor. 'Tis the diabetes that prevents it from healing.
Oh, then what should be done about it?
Take Lord Dyer to a barber surgeon, where he may have leeches applied to his wound. This will draw out the corrupt blood to hasten the healing. But prithee, be sure that your husband never cuts himself again, for the corruption of blood such cuts occasion in a sufferer of the diabetes, well, they oftentimes prove fatal.
Everyone loves
then
barley water.
I shall do precisely as you advise, Dr. Foreman. I thank ye heartily, sir. Good day.
The finest medical treatment money has to offer. Well, you know, one of these days I'm going to get a single letter of recommendation. I'm supposed to get 7 to be a doctor. I don't think that's going to happen.
She must love fallen still. Why else would she have come here? Mayhap she's gravely ill.
Good day, Mistress Allen. I hear a child was lately born to you. I trust he is well?
Yes, indeed. God has favoured us with a healthy boy. He is a true blessing to Mr. Allen and me. And we pray he remains so. That is, that this child remains in good health. And as I do ail of something, normally I would not have come, but methinks 'tis best I am treated, for the sake of Marmaduke, lest he take ill from me.
I see. Then pray describe your troubles to me, Mistress Allen.
Well, in truth, 'tis but a cough, but indeed at first I thought 'twas naught but a chilly cold, but 'tis many weeks now, and it lingers still. Forsooth, I am afeard it does grow worse.
Many weeks, you say? Aye, that is most concerning. Let us see what the stars have to say. What ails Mistress Avis Allen, and how may she be cured?
This sounds serious. Mattering of the breast. Grave case of mattering of the breast. Bewitched. Okay, we're gonna give her a real. I've avoided all the witchcraft ones. Maybe I should try a playthrough. Who am I kidding? I'm not gonna try a playthrough again.
Before I complete my judgment, madam, I must ask a question of medical relevance. Who is the true father of your...
God mend me, Simon! You would plague me with your suspicious fancies even now, in my very hour of need. Have you no thought for my son and my... I am full sick of your jealous delusions. Oh, verily, I should never have come. I will bid ye good day now, Simon.
But would you not wish to know what ails you?
I would. Which is why I will be finding myself another doctor.
That had absolutely nothing to do with my response. So apparently my response doesn't matter. My previous responses, I guess, mattered, but not... Yeah, I screwed up way back here. And so none of my choices mattered anymore. She will not give me a letter or a recommendation.
The story seems both crucial facts left untold. The story seems both crucial facts left untold. When Foreman protested his push to the testes, Ferraro, Signor Ferraro.
Good day, Signor Ferraro. How may I do you service?
How may you do me service, huh? 'Tis a question, is it not? I do hear you offer many different services, huh? Not just in medicine, for you are a dottore of a special kind, one who gives answers to all the problems, see?
Forsooth, 'tis true, Signor. In my practice, I endeavor to treat the whole man, mind, body, soul, the location of his missing household items. All are connected at a holistic level. I take it this time you are come about a problem that does not pertain to a bodily complaint?
See, this is my mama. She does worry night and day. She say, Ricardo, you must go to the wise man who reads the stars and have him tell you what your future holds. I say, Mama, if it'll make you happy, I will go to Signor Foreman and ask him.
I see. And is there any particular reason for your mother to be thus concerned? Be you faced with some kind of imminent danger?
A particular reason, you say? Nay, signor, she needs no reason to worry. Mia madre is an Italiana, mama.
Ah, yes, of course.
You see now, huh? She is not like these London mamas who make the children live in a cupboard with the dog.
Well, then, mayhap the stars might offer your devoted mother some comfort. What does the future hold for Ricardo Ferraro and his mother?
So he is like a doctor or something, and he's been testing me. We're gonna see what our choices are. We know he's not being... Yes, we know that it's all true. No, we know this one's true. We're gonna go with the truth.
I am afeard the stars reveal information of a most disturbing nature.
Verily?
Aye. When you first came to me, you did tell me that you worked in trade. And yet my chart very plainly indicates that you are an authority figure, connected with a learned institution over which you hold a position of responsibility. Indeed, it would seem that you are not who you say you are. Do you deny it, Signor?
Oh, Sirrah! You would accuse me of calling myself something I am not? Look at you, Sirrah, a charlatan who would call himself a doctor. You are naught but a pretender.
Fie, sir! It is you who are the pretender, for 'tis clear you are not the merchant of Venice you pretend to be. Who are you? What is your true name, sir?
You will know it in time, Sirrah, for we shall meet again. I bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
So he's the antagonist. He's the one I need 7 recommendations for so I can shove it in his face as I become a real doctor. Unfortunately, he has probably won this game, this playthrough.
But why did you not let me save you, Avis? Why did you entrust your precious life to another doctor? An ignorant impostor who knows not how to read the stars to judge an illness. Oh, my beloved Avis. Why did you die before I had the chance to?
Okay, do I blame myself? Do I blame others? Do I blame the doctor? I'll blame myself.
So 'twas I. I am to blame for Avis's death. If only I had not driven away with my ill-tempered, unkind
Which is kind of true.
accusations.
She did
Would that I had
blame
turned my
me.
thoughts to her illness and away from my own selfish needs.
But I did at the end.
How will she ever? How will I ever forgive myself?
So this game does seem a bit railroaded because, yeah.
When you are shook by something in a book where it says that you might have some rare malady, see Dr. Foreman, be sure to inform him you have it on very good authority.
Good day, Mr. Mugg. What brings you?
I am exceeding ill, Dr. Foreman. Verily I am. And you know my wife. She is refusing to hear anything about it. 'Tis but another of your delusions, Nicholas, she says. She will not even look at it.
Look at what? Oh, I see. You may pull up your breeches now. Pray let me examine you more closely. Raise your chin, if you please. Now, loosen your garter and remove your stocking. I am afeard this verily is grave. Most grave indeed.
'Tis? Verily?
I believe so. But we must have it confirmed by the stars. Let us consult them now. What explains these swellings that have arisen on various parts of Nicholas Mugg's body?
That's not a lot of information to make a diagnosis. Scrofula. Swellings and nodules around the lymph nodes and behind the knees. The plague. Yes, he has the plague. I'm gonna give it to him.
You are gravely ill with the plague. It is oft fatal, but you are in good hands. For during the Great Plague of '92, I was able to save many a soul from the grave with my famous strong water. A moment, if you please, while I retrieve it from my cabinet. But, sir, unhand it, sir. The dosage is very precise. You must not... nay, not the whole bottle. Ye gods, man, what have you done?
Methinks I am dying.
Oh, woe! A fatal dose! Alas, I am sorry for it, sir, but you were never meant to drink so much of it. Oh, may God forgive me.
Nay, do not blame yourself, Doctor. Thank ye heartily, for at last all shall know, my wife, my friends, how wrong they were, and how I did speak true.
William! William! Oh, curse it, where is that feckless manservant of mine? William! Go forth and fetch the vicar!
Dun dun dun. Never got my letter of recommendation.
Mr. Foreman, you have been called before this assembly of the College of Physicians to answer the charge of practicing medicine without a medical license. What have you to say in your defense?
Seems like the end of
Would
the game,
you
though.
deny practicing medicine, sir?
Why, no, I would not deny it. My practice is well known. Indeed, since I helped cure the plague of '92 with my strong water...
Then you admit you have committed this most grievous offense.
Ah, well, 'tis true I'm not technically licensed,
More
but I
entertaining
fail
than
to
most of
see
the previous
how...
games.
Fail to see. Then
It's entertaining.
permit me
I'll give
to
it that.
enlighten you,
Not much
sir.
gameplay, though.
A medical license assures the residents of London that a physician has the necessary education
I bet a
and
real
skill
doctor
to treat them.
would enjoy this
By
game.
practicing without qualification, you have not
Don't know
only
where-
broken
how
the
many-
law,
where I can
you have
find a real
endangered
doctor,
the
though.
lives of your patients. Indeed, we have received reports that a man by the name of Nicholas Mugg, a wig maker of Silver Street, has lately died under your care.
Aye, well, that was most lamentable, but not my fault, sir. Mr. Mugg took a far greater dose of my strong water than I advised him to. He chose the dosage himself.
It's a little bit of...
In truth, one might say that the cause of death
some
in
of
this
these
instance
diagnoses are clearly real.
Nicholas Mugg,
Ish, based
practicing
in
without
real-ish.
a medical license.
Silence, Mr. Foreman!
And if I knew more,
Impudent
maybe I could
jiggery may
actually
well be
diagnose
suffered
some of
by
the
your
other ones.
patients, but it will not be tolerated here.
There
I
are a
do
couple of
apologize,
these
my-
that
Mr. Smith.
kind of go
Besides the death
awry,
of this patient, we have gathered ample evidence of your
regardless of what you thought. Like, I picked what I thought was the real one, and it was the real one, but what the conversation occurred was not real. I feel like this is more of a
'Twas you,
a
Riccardo
novel,
Ferraro, the merchant from Venice.
and you were meant to
All
discover
along, it was
this
you,
and then
Richard
replay
Smith,
it
the
multiple
Queen's
times
royal
to get better
physician.
endings. Like,
Then I take it, Mr. Smith, you are
I sent a
unsatisfied
couple
with the
away
medical
to search
care
for
I
a
gave you?
Spanish thing, and they never
Sir,
ever
we
came
are
back
well
in this
aware of
game.
your occult practices.
I suspect if
What
I
you so
didn't force
boldly
them
call
away, maybe they
medical
would
care
keep
was naught
returning,
but
and I could
advice
get more
conjured up
chances.
by means of dark magic. You have no understanding of physic or
Oh, wells.
astrology.
But my knowledge of both physic and astrology is unparalleled.
If that is so, then doubtless you will happily submit to having your knowledge
Oh
examined
boy,
before this
I
assembly.
get to answer questions. Wait, was I supposed to be paying attention to this? Can I cheat and use Google? Okay, we're gonna Google this. So planet or star represents authority. Planet or star represents authority. Wow, that did not give me a quick answer. Authority. Jupiter, Saturn. Jupiter, Saturn. Or the sun. The sun is a choice, shoot. Yeah, you know, when you were clicking these astrology things, they actually told you that, but I was never really looking at what the planets do. I was looking at what that would cause me to say. So maybe that was a mistake in my gameplay. Men are from Mars, women are from... That's not astrology. Well, say Venus. Doom. Phlegm is... a hot and moist? I don't think I can actually look this up, but yeah. We don't really know. I think phlegm is, we'll say hot and moist. Oh, I got it wrong. Which zodiac rules over the privy parts? I mean, it's definitely not Cancer. I remember Cancer being like the stomach. That's the only one I remember. It's Scorpio.
Silence! Simon Foreman, you have failed.
Oh,
Constable,
I failed.
shackle this man and take him from hence to jail.
Pretty sure I got
But
3
sir,
out of 4
this is
correct.
most unjust. Pray afford me the chance to unhand me, you rogue.
I am happy to inform you that I have secured your release from jail by way of my friendship with Mistress Maud Smith, wife of the President of the College of Physicians. We have contrived to have her husband believe that you enjoy the favor of John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and that the Archbishop plans to grant you a medical license. But whilst you will be freed this day, our ruse will not hold long, for Maud says the college intends to write to the Archbishop to warn him that you are a charlatan and to urge him not to grant you. Okay, so my work with one of them has granted me an extra turn.
Alice Black, she feels no shame, and forsooth is she to blame. If we were her, we'd do the same. Alice Black, she feels no shame.
Good day, Mistress Blagg. Before we start, I must thank you for having used your influence to help me resolve my recent difficulties.
Say nothing of it. Those doctors and their College of Physicians. Naught but a band of pisspot sniffing bullies, so they are. Besides, I needed you out of prison so that you might read the stars for me.
I see. And what would you have me advise you on?
What know you of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Not much, in truth. But I did attend the Easter service at St. Paul's. I found the bishop's sermon on the virtues of chastity and abstinence most compelling. Why, you know him well?
Not very well as yet. I was seated beside him at an Episcopal dinner Saturday last. We discoursed a while. Bishop Bancroft is a most charming man. But there was a moment when we did both reach for the brandy decanter. Our eyes met and I felt something.
'Twas a spark between you and the bishop? You felt a certain frisson in the air?
Nay, I felt a certain hand up my skirts, more like.
His Grace put his hand up your skirts! Madam, may I say how—
Save your congratulations, Foreman. The bishop's not in the bag yet. Hence why I am come to you. Now that I have piqued his interest, I would have the stars tell me how to secure it.
Then you wish to pursue an amorous affair with Bishop Bancroft. But what of your husband, Dean Blagg?
Oh, do not speak to me of my husband. Thomas Blagg is not fit to secure his wife's future. He is not fit for many of his marital duties, truth be told. And had you read the stars correctly, you might have warned me of such.
Oops.
As it was, I had to learn the truth of our financial ruin by bribing my husband's chaplain with a pie.
A pie, no less. I am heartily sorry for your trouble, madam.
Aye, well, 'tis best not to dwell on it. Let us press on with this day's reading, if you please.
Of course. Let us consult the stars. How may Mistress Blagg secure the lasting affections of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
I mean, so there is a strategy to this game. You must read the people correctly. Some of them, the truth works. Some of them, the truth hurts. How may I win the love of the Bishop of London? Adultery while he is away from home. Lie to the bishop by telling him she is with child. Okay, that's a method. Good angels will help her. Enhance Fusion's quiet, demure manner. I don't think so. The responsible would be to tell Alice some hard truths and afford her some perspective. She might not like it though. Okay. Alice is being careless with her husband's legacy. Engaging in simply going against Alice's Christian instincts. Okay, I'm going to tell her to be good. I'm going to tell her to be good. Probably not, but oh well.
Madam, has it not occurred to you that by your present course, you are endangering the Blagg family legacy? Surely you would not wish to make a cuckold of your husband and have him raise another man's child? The stars tell me that your instincts as a good Christian woman do urge you to abandon these adulterous
This is a
plans
mistake
of
because
yours.
she's not a good Christian woman.
The stars verily say all that, do they?
I am afeard so. Now, if I may digress a little, I did recently acquire a bottle of French brandy that I've been meaning to try, and I wondered if—
Nay, I will not tarry with you this even, Mr. Foreman, for my instincts as a good Christian woman do urge me to tell you to prithee shove that bottle up your fundament.
Whoops. Wow, there's so much more to go.
Lancelot more, lovely his passion, lacking in mind, fulsome in fashion, the unwise truths cause him much hurt, he yet persists
day, sir, and well met. Oh, pray tell, did you secure the hand of the golden-haired maiden?
Yea, verily I did. But 'twas through luck alone, for though your advice to impress her with jewels and manly pursuits was most excellent wise, she took ill against me. She even called me a peacocking bear-botherer. But luckily, her father shares my love of rough sports and was greatly impressed by my semblance of wealth. He promised me her hand in marriage, and I was made the happiest of men.
Then I must congratulate you on your forthcoming nuptials. Will you be having a summer wedding, or...?
Congratulate me? Do not congratulate me, Foreman, for I am the unhappiest of men. It was but a day after our engagement was announced that my love became afflicted with the smallpox. Naturally, I was all a terror. Would she perish? So wretched was I with fear, I almost died of fright.
Aye, naturally. Smallpox is a most terrible disease. I intend to write a small treatise on the subject.
But then, alas! Fate struck the cruelest of blows upon my soul.
Oh, verily.
She survived, but is now scarred,
May she
which
rest
makes
in
her,
peace.
ineligible for him.
Or re-squeeze in pace, as we Latin scholars say.
What? Nay, death would have been a mercy. For once cured, the maid arose from her sickbed bearing hideous scars. Her once fair cheeks, thus so cratered, to make the very moon wane with envy.
I see. And now you wish to extract yourself from your engagement, I presume.
Naturally. But her brother and father are fearsome men with a taste for rough sport, and her mother's tongue is as sharp as a barber's blade. I worry that my breach of promise may be taken ill.
Then let me see if I may fathom the family's reaction from the stars. What will become of breaking your engagement to this once fair, now pox-scarred maid?
So should I make him happy, or should I get him his comeuppance? Cause for hope. She'll bear it with quiet grace. Which is true. That is true in a way. He should flee. Confusion and war. Moore's breach of promise may result in a sudden change of fortune. His death. Yes.
The stars suggest you have much to fear from this family. Aye, you must flee England at once. For according to my precise calculations, based on the current alignment of the planets, let me see now. Yes, you will be branded a cock-born, snatch-grabbing knave of the lowest order, who deserves to be disemboweled with a pudding spoon. That is, if I'm not mistaken. And not even God is on your side, for it is his plan that you may be dragged into a foggy-headed confusion so as to render you defenseless against the family's dark intentions. Oh, good sir, you must heed my warning and never show your face in London lest you be set upon most violently.
God's blood! I must flee England's shores and never show my face, you say? But whither shall I go? Hold, I have it. Be it not carnival season in Venice, when citizens do hide their faces behind masks? Oh, and with such style. I thank you, Foreman, for you have been most helpful. I must fly at once to my tailor to be measured for the latest Venetian fashions.
He will return for another consultation. So he didn't really run? A new guy.
Glory to the Lord, Archbishop Whitgift. Glory to the Lord in the highest position in the church, except for the Queen. Glory to the Lord, Archbishop Whitgift.
Ho! Ho there! Be there anyone at home?
Is it? By the saints, 'Tis none other than Archbishop John Whitgift. Your Grace, I am most honoured by this most unexpected visit.
Truly, 'tis most unexpected, as I just so happened to be passing by. Indeed, I was riding by in my carriage when I found myself struck ill. My chaplain did suggest I take rest at the nearest residence, which did so happen to be this small dwelling. Forsooth, these rooms have the look of a physician's consulting chambers. Mayhap you are a doctor? If that be true, then praise be to God for this happy coincidence.
A most fortunate coincidence indeed. I am Simon Foreman, a doctor of astrology and physic. At your service, Your Grace.
Well then, Dr. Dr. Foreman, was it? Perchance you will tell me what ails me. I feel a kind of pain and heaviness in my side, and I know not if this be related, but my skin has of late become most unattractive in appearance.
Pain in the right side of the body and sallowness of the skin?
Her Majesty did remark upon it most wittily the other day at a meeting of the Privy Council. Your face does serve as a warning to us all, Archbishop.
Her Majesty the Queen, verily. A moment, if I may, Your Grace, while I consult the stars. What does cause the suffering of His Grace, the Most Reverend John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury?
See, this is a time where I think being a doctor would actually be helpful. It sounds like he's suffering from something real. Yeah. Let's see what options I'm given. What the stars tell me, because that's the most important thing. The jaundice. Okay. Cardiac passion. I think cardiac passion sounds better. Pain in the right side, that gives me... Wait, did you say right side? Isn't cardiac stuff usually left side? Oh well, we'll do it. Cardiac passion.
You suffer from a cardiac passion, Your Grace. 'Tis a painful condition of the heart, oft occasioned by large moods. That is, an excess of joy or anger. Overmuch or over little food and drink can also provoke it.
Pain in my heart? Perhaps your stars know something of my complaint that I do not.
Worry not, sir, for the stars suggest it can be cured. I will give you a concoction of thin wine mixed with syrup of violets. It will cool and strengthen your heart. And before you take your leave, Your Grace, I will have my manservant let blood from your cardiac vein. If Your Grace will allow me to adjust the sleeve of your robes.
Nay, sirrah, I have not the time to tarry. Pray, give me that flask of wine you spoke of, and I shall be on my way.
Before you depart, Your Grace, perchance I might trouble you with a request of my own.
Good day, sir. My chaplain will settle payment with you anon.
I don't know if that other one was true either. It seemed like... Wait, it didn't say yellow-colored skin. Wait, did it say yellow-colored skin any time before that? Because they describe yellow-colored skin would obviously be jaundice. I'm bad.
What does it matter if errors he makes?
Oh, this guy's back.
Others men, other things their six breaks. Our Lord has much to gain for risks he takes. Commoners may pay, but nobles only learn from their mistakes.
Good day, my lord, and well met. Indeed, methinks I have not seen your lordship since last year, afore you set off with Sir Walter Raleigh to capture those Spanish treasure ships.
Ah, yes. Doubtless you heard what became of that expedition. The town criers called it Raleigh and Essex's gold piracy fail, declaring it the biggest balls-up since the English Armada.
Aye, 'twas most ill-mannered of them, if I may remark.
The directions you gave me were entirely wrong, for we never came across the Spanish fleet. Indeed, we found ourselves becalmed in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Raleigh blames me for it, and although I did explain to him that it was entirely your fault, as I had gotten the navigational coordinates from you, that seemed to bother him even more.
My lord, I am full sorry for any error I may have made in my calculations. Forsooth, I pray I may assist you better this day. What is it you would ask of the stars?
I would have you tell me how I might regain the favour of the Queen. Indeed, 'tis strange she has not yet gotten over her displeasure, for the incident did occur many months ago, and we had every intention of returning her warships, filled to the brim with gold, I might add. Besides, how in the devil's name were we supposed to know the King of Spain would choose that very same month to invade England? I have not the power to predict the future.
Well, nay, but I have, my lord, if you had asked me to.
Verily, 'tis not to be borne. Only last week, at a meeting of the Privy Council, during a minor disagreement regarding the Catholic rebellion in Ireland, she called me an impudent lord-splainer, whereupon she rose from her chair and molly-whopped me in the face. I half drew my sword upon her.
You mean the Queen?
Aye, indeed. Her behaviour was most shocking. I even asked the royal physician whether she may have lost her mind. She is, after all, most elderly. But Mr. Smith assures me she is in very fine health and is in full control of her faculties.
Her Majesty's behaviour is a mystery indeed, although mayhap it should not surprise us. A man's reason is oft insufficient to fathom the workings of the feminine mind, and, in such cases, he may have little choice but to call upon divine wisdom. To wit, let us see what the stars can tell us. What must Lord Devereux do to regain the Queen's favour?
Turn the working relationship with the Queen into a sexual one. His ambitions can be achieved if he's gentle, should pretend to be in love with the Queen. Should make intelligent suggestion. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure this is what Devereux did. He did this and he failed and he was executed as a traitor. He should. I'm definitely going to tell him to invade Ireland. It's definitely the right way to go.
To regain the Queen's favour, you must demonstrate your fealty to her, your loyalty as a peer of the realm who sits on her Privy Council. To this end, the stars suggest you offer to lead a military campaign to put down this Catholic rebellion in Ireland. Your lordship is, after all, a great military leader. What better man for such a task than the hero of Cadiz?
Verily, 'tis no ill idea. 'Tis no ill idea at all. Yes, indeed, I shall offer to put down the Irish for her. Forsooth, how difficult could such a mission be? I shall quickly defeat those fen-sucking muck-savages and be back home by Christmas. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Godspeed, my lord.
Disapproves of Mary for her views, they make him sick. But pray he does not tell her, lest she punch him in the punch him in the
No one likes being punched in the follow.
Good day, Mistress Payne. How may I help you this day?
Blessed day, Dr. Foreman. I am just come from taking my niece to visit Rochester Cathedral. Thomas Blogg is the cathedral's dean, I believe. Know you of Dean Blogg?
Aye, I know something of him.
Verily, that man is a model to us all. Under his stewardship, the cathedral's decadent furnishings have been stripped away. He has even replaced the silver candlesticks with pewter. Such pious modesty in the sight of God.
Has he indeed? How very interesting. And, godly, yes. But what is it that brings you this day?
Before I begin upon my business, Dr. Foreman, I must commend you for correctly predicting the sinking of the Spanish Armada.
Ah, yes. 'Twas I who did predict the great storm that sunk the Spanish ships, was it not? I have oft thought that careful study of coastal weather patterns may provide...
And we must give thanks to God for the divine vengeance he wrought upon the heretics. I did hear that by morning our beaches were verily littered with the corpses of Spanish sailors. Praise be to the Lord, his glory to behold.
Yes, praise be. But all the same, you seem anxious this day, Mistress Payne. What is troubling you?
Indeed, I am troubled, Dr. Foreman. I fear for the Queen's health. Everyone is saying that as she is exceeding old, she is soon to die.
Ah, yes, I quite understand your feelings, madam. How we love our good Queen Bessie. Long may she reign. But will she? That is the question, is it not? For she cannot live forever, and when at last she does expire, we shall be stricken with such lamentation and grief.
Mayhap you, but not I. Elizabeth Tudor is naught but a sceptred whore, but still a whore who presides over the Church of England and keeps Rome at bay. And without an heir, who knows what manner of foreigner may succeed her when she dies? For all we know, he may flood the land with foul popery.
Foul popery? I take it you do not care for dried floral arrangements. But, madam, surely fresh flowers are more customary at royal funerals.
Did you not heed me, Mr. Foreman? I wish to know whether the English throne is safe from a Catholic successor.
Ah, yes, of course. Then let us consult the stars. Is our Queen's long reign in danger of ending soon? And if so, do we risk a Catholic succeeding her to the throne?
Now, this is another historical one, but I do not know my history well enough to know this. The Queen is in love. An unexpected pregnancy will bring new life to the Tudor royal line. The Queen's legacy is safe. Even if she dies, her successor will remain head of the Church of England and loyal to the Anglican faith. Cooperation is not what it seems. James of England, whoops. Bonds between nations will be creatively disrupted with violence, and austerity will be imposed as a result. I don't know. We're just gonna say it's okay. It's all okay. I don't know. Really don't know how history turned out.
The Queen's prognosis is good, madam. God will ensure she remains in health for some years yet. And when at last Her Majesty does expire, whomever succeeds her will happily take his place at the head of the Church of England. I may assure you that England will not revert its allegiance to the Church of Rome.
Ah, praised be! To know that England shall remain safe from Satan's earthly servants is well indeed. Fare you well, and may God give you a blessed day, Dr. Foreman.
Rejoice, rejoice in the Lamb, served by English bishop, to his guests for dinner at his palace in love. Rejoice, rejoice in the Lamb, and beef and fruit and the swan pie.
Good day and well met, Lord Archbishop. What a pleasure it is to welcome your grace once more to my humble consulting chambers. Do you ail of something, sir?
Nay, I am in good health. I am come for information. That is, I am come for an astrological reading concerning one of my deans, Thomas Blagg, the Dean of Rochester Cathedral. I hear you are acquainted with him, are you not?
Yes, so please your grace. I am honoured to say that Dean Blagg is one of my querents.
I see. What a remarkable coincidence. Then you may know that Dean Blagg has been petitioning me to promote him to the rank of bishop, specifically to grant him the vacant seat of the bishopric of Salisbury. I wonder if you, that is, if the stars and planets and so forth, might tell me if there be any reason why Thomas Blagg might not be a fitting candidate for such a position of responsibility.
I see. Then let us see what the stars can tell us. Should Thomas Blagg, Dean of Rochester, be made the Bishop of Salisbury?
So we know he shouldn't. Should I get him promoted, or should I not? Wait. John Whitgett is the problem. Blagg is a frugal manager. Okay, that's just a lie. That's just a lie. We know this is true. We know that is true. Okay, we're gonna rat him out. We're gonna rat him out. We're gonna be a snitch.
You must not grant Thomas Blagg the bishopric of Salisbury, your grace, for it seems Dean Blagg has been embezzling from the church. He has been removing cathedral furnishings, fine paintings, tapestries, candlesticks, and the like, and selling them for his own enrichment, or mayhap to pay off his personal debts.
Verily? Well, I do hear it remarked that the Rochester Cathedral has been looking a little Puritan of late. Mayhap I shall have my chaplain cast an eye over the cathedral accounts.
Before you leave, your grace, perchance I may broach a small matter of my own. Methinks you have the power to grant medical licenses, do you not? Although I am an experienced physician, you may have heard of my work during the plague of 1592, for instance, I am not technically licensed to practice medicine. It has been causing some administrative troubles of late. I wonder if your grace might condescend to help me by...
You would have me grant you a medical license, would you? I suppose that might be arranged. Leave it with me, and I will have my chaplain look into it.
I thank you heartily, your grace. Your grace is most generous.
So at the very beginning of the game, I was given a choice of myself. Should I pursue the church or should I get recommendations? And I was like, I should get recommendations. I clearly cannot get recommendations. Guess I'm gonna have to pursue the church route. Or maybe just fail by the end of the game.
Alice Blagg is on the make, mayhap even on the take. Could it be for her family's sake? Seriously give her a break.
God give you good day, Mistress Blagg. Pray tell, what brings you?
I would know whether my lover, Owen Wood, is resolved to leave me something in his will. A small legacy, mayhap. A large one. I do hope he intends to leave me something.
Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh? He is your lover? I see. And why would you wish to know whether he is leaving you money in his will? Is he gravely ill?
Not presently, but methinks he will be soon, for he has gone to Ireland to join that peacocking mumphead, the Earl of Essex.
I see. He has gone to fight in Robert Devereux's military campaign to put down the Catholic rebels in Ireland. But you're being a little harsh, are you not? 'Tis true he has had some bad luck of late, but the Earl is a fine...
Oh, a swole-headed failson is what his lordship is. 'Twould not surprise me if he read his map upside down and marched his men into a bog to drown. Pray, let us do my reading, if you please.
Certainly. If Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh, were to die, would Alice Blagg inherit anything from his estate?
So I'm pretty sure I know from history that Ireland does not go well, but who knows about this? Owen Wood has frittered away his fortune. Okay. His time in Ireland will be gentle. That's not true. Good angels will compel Owen Wood to be faithful to his wife. The romance between Alice Blagg and Owen Wood is marred with conflict and deceit. That could be true. Owen Wood could not resist being charitable to his lover Alice. She is due to receive a legacy from Wood upon his death, much to the surprise and chagrin of Mistress Wood. Okay. Whoops. Owen Wood is keeping a secret to be revealed upon his death. So basically, we know this one I think is wrong. And so we either get to say Owen Wood is faithful, or no, we're gonna go this one. We're gonna go this one. We're gonna say Alice gets something and he has a secret.
You are indeed mentioned in Dean Wood's will. Unbeknownst to his wife, he plans to leave you a portion of his fortune. Forsooth, that is what the stars do tell, but if I might offer you my own counsel...
Oh, what an angel of a man! Did I not know it? Dearest Owen, I shall raise a toast to him at the Quiet Bear this even.
Of course, only time will tell. Oh, only time will tell whether we're right or wrong. I will be right back in 1 sec. Please enjoy this dancing cat for a moment. We're not actually changing games, but be right back. Okay, and we're back. Sorry for that little break. Back to this game. Oh no, the game just crashed on me. Just kidding. Give me a second. We'll be back to this game shortly. Okay, let's continue this game. Okay, right where we left off. Exactly where we left off. Great.
Almighty God, shelter thy servant Thomas Blagg. Take him in thy merciful arms, and shake sense into him.
Good dawning, D. Blagg. How may I do you service this day?
I hope you will do me service, Dr. Foreman. For at my last consultation, you served me very ill.
Ah.
Indeed. Your prediction that Raleigh and Essex would succeed in capturing those Spanish treasure ships did put me in a most lamentable position. I had my tailor fashion me these fine new robes, and now I have not the money to pay him for it.
Then I'm heartily sorry for it, sir. Though your new robes are indeed very fine. Is that a different shade of black, or...?
And I know not how, but my wife Alice has lately learned of our perilous financial situation.
Ah, has she?
Aye, and she has had me petition the Archbishop for a promotion. 'Tis her reckoning that if I were promoted to bishop, the increased living would enable me to settle our debts.
That would seem wise under the circumstances. And was your petition successful?
It was. At least at first. Indeed, His Grace did have me believe he is minded to make me Bishop of Salisbury.
The Bishopric of Salisbury? But that is excellent well, is it not?
It would be very well, forsooth. But many months have passed, and the Archbishop gives yet no sign of granting the vacant bishopric to anybody.
I see. And he does not say when the matter may be decided?
Nay, indeed he does not. Whenever I raise the question with His Grace, he says he needs time to consider the various episcopal and doctrinal matters concerning such an appointment. All the while, he has me performing additional duties that I dare not refuse, lest I lose his favour. And Mistress Blagg has sent him pies upon numerous occasions.
And yet the Archbishop is not moved? Oh, he must be a very hard man indeed, for your wife's pies are well renowned for their powers of persuasion. Now, let us see what the stars can tell us. Will Thomas Blagg, Dean of Rochester, be granted the bishopric of Salisbury?
I'm gonna go with no, since I told the bishop no. 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 Yes. Wow. What? Sudden change in fortune, victory, Mars dominant in Aries? No, we're just gonna say he's been uncovered, probably because of me. Neptune. There we go. You're in trouble.
Will never be granted the bishopric of Salisbury, I fear, for the Archbishop has discovered some irregularities in the management of Rochester Cathedral. Some missing furnishings, I think?
Well, I mean to say, if indeed that be so, then 'tis most egregious. I will have some very stern words with my chaplain.
Worry not, sir. The stars indicate that His Grace would wish to avoid any unpleasantness. As is customary with church scandal, he will doubtless remain quiet on the matter for the sake of reputation.
Ah, well, of course I too would not want to bring shame upon the church. If there be such vile, false rumours circulating about me, 'twould be wrong not to consider the attention that my promotion to bishop would invite. I own that I am shocked and disappointed by this, but I must thank you for forewarning me.
We're playing both sides here.
Lancelot more struck by the muse, for his sonnets found there be no excuse. Many do strike him as well, and for his verse they damn him to hell.
Good morrow, Mr. Moore. You are returned from Italy, I see.
Aye, and I had the most enlightening experience. My tutors taught me all about those ancient Romans and whatnot. Indeed, 'tis a changed man you see before you now, a worldly man of culture and learning. Mayhap you would benefit from taking a tour of Italy yourself, Foreman.
Alas, Mr. Moore, I must remain in London to care for my querents. To wit, what brings you this day?
Well, no sooner did I return to London than I did become acquainted with the most wondrous creature, a lady who has been lately widowed.
Ah, let me just take some notes here.
Is it the woman who keeps
Is this
killing all her
one
husbands?
dark or fair? Auburn with eyes of green, mayhap?
Not killing them.
I do not believe there's yet been an auburn-haired maid.
Fie, Mr. Foreman. Prithee show more respect for ladies than to view them as mere collections of physical charms. Beauty alone is of nothing to a man such as I. Nay, my heart does belong to a worldly woman of culture and learning, her head almost as striking as the soft hair and radiant eyes that adorn it. Indeed, her gift of understanding is so strong she can listen to my sonnets for hours on end.
She can she? Forsooth, the lady does show great strength of mind indeed. And how might I advise you?
I would have you tell me whether I should marry her, for, as you know, I have offered my troth to ladies in the past, and it has not ended well for me. So, this time I did tell myself, Lancelot, you will proceed with caution. You will know the lady for at least a month before you think of wedding her, and then you'll go directly to Foreman for his counsel.
Then let us consult the stars now. Should Lancelot Moore marry this wondrous and worldly widow?
What? I'm not in the... Okay, there we go. Two choices. Deceitful hidden motives are at play. Emotions rules finances, putting them at risk. The match would provoke an unexpected death. Or... intelligent woman who aspires to greatness through her relationships. God favors the marriage. It would make a man of Moore. The stars suggest I have cruel intentions toward my querent, Lancelot Moore. That's hilarious. Okay, that's true. That's true.
Ah, the stars do favor this match. The alliance would serve you well, for this lady is intelligent and aspires to greatness. For a man of your station, the guidance and support of such a woman is oft essential to the attainment of success and advancement.
Then 'tis decided. O wondrous day! I will at once to Emma go to ask her hand in marriage.
That's hilarious. It's probably not going to go well, and I'm not going to get his letter of recommendation. We're going to end this game with 0 letters of recommendation. Probably.
For when she tries her best, 'tis then she does her worst. From being overdressed to poisoning her guests, ambition her curse.
Although I don't think I've messed up
Hey,
with her
Mistress
yet.
Fortescue.
I do hope you may help me, Dr. Foreman, for I am mightily afflicted with fever and pain.
Yes, I see. Your face is a trifle red in colour. When did your troubles begin? At a dinner party, perchance?
Nay, 'twas at a luncheon. The one I gave this day. I sought to play a trick upon my friend, Lady Emma Dyer, and I worry God is punishing me for my japery.
And what manner of jape did you play on your friend at this luncheon of yours? Pray, describe the ruse to me.
Well, I came upon the idea when I took receipt of a trunk full of exotic goods from the New World. Lovely gifts sent home to me by my gallant husband. Know you of my husband, Captain Henry Fortescue? He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh, of course.
I think you have mentioned him once or twice, madam.
The trunk contained a parcel of dried fruits, full red in colour they were, and with them a note of warning. On it was writ that these fruits, if not consumed in moderation, can provoke a hot, pricking fever when ingested.
Ah, yes. I have read of this fruit in the writings of Spanish explorers. Capsicum Icaramba mequema is the botanical name, I believe.
I am well known for serving the most original dishes at my table. Hence my guests were not surprised when I invited them to try my exotic fruit. I served them each a sweet pie containing one of these, capsicum...
Icaramba mequema.
But I made sure Emma received a pie containing the very largest fruit, and I the very smallest one.
I see. You hoped to occasion a fever in your friend while escaping the same fate yourself. And yet this ruse did not succeed, I take it.
Nay, it did not, Dr. Foreman. Most of my guests dared only take one bite of their pies before abandoning them, finding themselves unequal to the challenge. But Emma ate hers all up, as did I. I was sure I would be safe, and that she would turn red and begin to perspire most shamefully, but she remained as cool as a cucumber. But
you, madam?
But I began to feel such pain in my mouth and throat. My face and eyes turned red. Moisture gathered on my brow and bosom, and damp marks appeared on my bodice. I could not conceal it from my guests. 'Twas humiliating.
How distressing for you, madam. Let us now seek a solution to this mystery in the stars. What might explain the querent's affliction?
I don't know. I don't know what Quincy is. It's got to be like lusty passions, right? It's just spicy
your trouble is
food, right?
entirely unrelated to the consumption of New World
Oh, that's
fruits, madam.
incorrect.
You suffered naught but an attack of lusty passions.
That's incorrect.
I beg your pardon, what?
Your husband is
Whoops.
oft away at sea, methinks.
This is where it's like
Yes?
you want to pick
Yes,
something,
he
but
is.
clearly you don't
It would be only natural
get the
that your
response you
thoughts
wanted.
would wander towards other gentlemen. Or, perchance, 'tis your friend, Lady Emma. A rivalry can arouse passions. Indeed, chaste passions betwixt ladies are not unheard of.
On my honour, Dr. Foreman, I know not what you are implying.
So I thought I had not messed
actually,
up with
madam,
her,
I am
but
not
I clearly
implying anything.
am messing this up.
To imply is to hint at
Whoops.
something without saying it explicitly, whereas I am suggesting quite clearly that you are...
Nay, verily, 'tis most unclear to me. I am sorry, Dr. Foreman, but I find I cannot understand you at all. God give ye good even.
So apparently it's Quincy, whatever Quincy is. Wah wah wah. So Lancelot did get married to Emma Dyer, and that must be why I'm kind of being like mean, because all her husbands died. So therefore, Lancelot is next. Wait, this is a new person. They're still introducing new people?
Mayhap a little shy, but pleasing to the eye. His eyes, his hair, his shape, body form, forsooth, has he a sweetheart? Pray tell us the truth.
I mean...
Good morrow, young sir.
Let's listen.
Methinks this is your first consultation, Mr.
Humphrey Bell, sir.
And how may I do you service this day, Mr. Bell?
I want to get lean in that.
You wish to become lean, you say? And why would you need to be any leaner than you are now? You do not appear at all overplump. Indeed, you appear to be a young man in the full vigour of health.
Yay, but I do the lady parts though, innit?
You do the lady parts. Oh, I see. You are a player who plays feminine roles upon the stage. Yes, I think I recognize you now. You play for Lord Chamberlain's men, do you not? The company of players led by Will Shakespeare, Richard Burbage, and Will Kemp, among others.
Aye, sir. I play for them as a hired man, and next month I'm to play a fairy queen in a play we're doing for Lord Hunston at his daughter's wedding. But Bossman Burbage says I'm too plump for the role.
Humphrey, your girth does make it difficult for an audience to imagine you getting up out of your fairy throne, let alone flying.
Yes, I think I understand. 'Twould imperil the audience's suspension of disbelief, thus breaking the fourth wall, as you players so call it.
Ah, sir, indeed. Mr. Burbage worries much for them scenery walls, for he says my rear end is of such a size 'tis liable to smash right through 'em. Anyways, Mistress Burbage told me that to fit into her gowns she bids herself chunder after eating. Might you give me some herbs for that or something?
And Mistress Burbage would be Richard Burbage's wife, I presume. Well, to judge what would be most effective in your case, I shall need to consult the stars. What should Mr. Humphrey Bell do to become leaner?
I should recommend bulimia. I can't believe they're introducing new players. I wonder how long this game actually is. We are 4 hours into this game. This game is quite amusing, actually, but, you know, there's not much gameplay. It feels like this is something you would probably want to do over multiple sessions. Just doing it in one go. It's kind of the same thing over and over. But it's amusing. You may promote downward purging. Okay. Upward purging. Okay. Under consumption of food. Okay, we're just going to tell him to starve himself.
The solution is quite simple, Mr. Bell. If you would make yourself leaner, you have but to eat less.
Why would I need a doctor to tell me that, though? I need something to do it quicker than that, urgent-like. Know you what I mean?
Indeed. Sadly, I am familiar with the tendency of the young folk of this day to seek quick, easy fixes to their problems.
What about Mistress Burbage and her chundering, though? Can I not have what she is taking?
Well, there are ways to induce imbalances in your body to purge itself, but doing so is not at all healthsome. For instance, I might have told you of the dangerous practice of taking goodly quantities of prunes and rhubarb to purge from the fundament, but that would have been negligent of me, for as a physician
Whoops.
I cannot endorse...
Prunes and rhubarb? So I just eat them things? Easy.
Thank
you, Doctor. Give you a good day.
Hold, sir. I'd strongly advise against such a...
See, you get results that are not what you selected. There's 6. This game seems to be going forever. We're probably, maybe... I thought we were nearing the end because most of our querents were doing most of their whatevers, but we just got a new guy with 6 on his own.
Close to the crown, nobles like him do fare up more than down. His family leaves 2 grand to just to reach to jail. But if Essex disobeys the Queen, she'll put him in the ground.
Which is true.
Good day, my lord.
Did
I
get
must
executed
own,
as a traitor,
your
I
lordship's
believe.
visit to my chambers does surprise me, for I'd believed, well, indeed, all of England believes, that you are in Ireland at present.
Did anyone see me? No? Good. Now bid your manservant close the shutters.
As your lordship pleases. William! William! Pray close the shutters. Yes, all of them. And fetch us some candles.
I pray the counsel you give me this day be wise, sirrah, for I find myself in the most desperate of predicaments.
And the last advice I gave you? That of offering to lead a military campaign to put down the Irish rebellion? I trust it worked to win back the Queen's favour. Indeed, the parade given to send you off was most impressive. I was there. Did you see me? I did wave at you. Nay, I do not imagine you would have seen me. So great were the crowds.
Yes, my offer to lead the campaign was well received by the Queen. But there was a fatal flaw in your advice.
Oh, and this flaw was?
Is it not obvious? I had to verily go to that midge-ridden bog-hole and try to put down the Irish. God's breath! Have you seen the Irish? They are savages. That Irish chieftain O'Neill and his band of fen-born brutes are especially bad.
Forsooth, they sound most fearsome. 'Tis a mercy you escaped with your life and are now back home safe in England.
Nay, I am not yet safe in England, I fear. For when the Queen finds out that I made a truce with O'Neill, heaven only knows how ill she will take it. Even my leaving Ireland without her permission will doubtless vex her.
Then the Queen has not been informed of your return?
Nay, she knows yet nothing of it. I am at present taking refuge with my sister, the Countess of Devonshire, at her country estate. But I cannot hide there forever. Hence I am come to you this day so that the stars may advise me on how I may extract myself from my current predicament and win back the favour of the Queen.
Then let us see what the stars advise. How might Lord Devereux escape the displeasure of Her Majesty the Queen and regain her favour?
Fortunately, there is no way for you. You will be executed. His magnificent body. Risk being subject to the violence of the law. Yeah, this isn't gonna go well, but we're gonna go with this one.
The stars foretell of violence enacted by officers of the law.
Ah, verily. 'Tis doubtless a beheading. Forsooth, I do enjoy a good beheading.
Well, 'tis likely to be a trifle more elaborate than that. If the Queen is particularly vexed, it will start with a quick hanging until just afore the point of death, followed by a disemboweling and emasculation.
Ah, yes, of course.
Whereafter the gentleman is invited to watch his own entrails and privy parts being lightly grilled upon an open fire, before he is chopped into 4 separate pieces.
A quartering, I think you mean?
Which, as etiquette dictates, are then to be parcelled up and sent as gifts to any friends and family members unable to attend the ceremony.
Ah, yes, splendid. An execution with all the trimmings. Verily, whilst a simple beheading can be a most elegant entertainment, 'tis a trifle too, well, continental for my taste. Why, 'tis oft over in mere moments, whereas a full English execution keeps one entertained throughout the whole morning. Though I fail to see what this has to do with... God's breakfast! You mean I am the one to be hung, drawn, and quartered?
Well, yes, very possibly. I am afeard the only course left to you now is to humble yourself before the Queen. The stars suggest you might be able to convince her to look upon you as the son she never had. A naughty, wayward child who has rebelled against his parent. With time and patience, she may forgive you.
In truth, 'tis not the worst of ideas, and it might even clear the path for the possibility of... Yes, methinks this plan may serve me very well.
Well, I get one more right with him, I might get a single letter of recommendation. But one morning and surprise her in her bedchamber. But I think he's gonna die.
Archbishop great gift, and thereby unto us his eternal grace and praise be to the Lord our Lord, Archbishop great gift.
Good day, Your Grace, and well met. Might I inquire whether Your Grace has made a decision regarding whether to give Thomas Blagg the bishopric of Salisbury?
Ah, yes, Dean Blagg. I had my chaplain look into what you told me regarding irregularities in Dean Blagg's stewardship of Rochester Cathedral. Methinks you said he was embezzling coin and pawning cathedral furnishings, did you not? Well, it seems you did speak true.
Oh, indeed?
Of course, I will make nothing of it, as I wish to avoid the scandal. I merely told Dean Blagg that I could not offer him the bishopric due to various episcopal and doctrinal constraints.
Of course. And what problem would Your Grace wish me to address this day?
Oh, 'tis a problem with my other deans. With each passing day there seems to be a new dean at the palace gates, come to petition me for this wretched bishopric of Salisbury. Presently, 'tis Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh. Since he returned from Ireland, he talks of nothing else.
How tiresome for Your Grace.
Indeed. I have told Owen that I am giving his request careful consideration, but in my experience, this only delays a dean for so long. I do have to grant the occasional bishopric, or else my deans become restless.
Doubtless, Your Grace.
But after what I learned about Dean Blagg, I must take care to exercise caution. Hence, I would have you tell me anything you know, that is, anything the stars reveal, about Owen Wood, that would render him unsuitable to perform the role of
I
bishop.
know Owen Wood's
Let us ask for the stars. Is there any reason why the Most Reverend John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury, should not grant Owen Wood the bishopric of Salisbury?
He's having an affair. That would be why. Who has God on his side? Owen is uncertain. He remains optimistic. So this is... wait. So this is me helping Owen, and this is me betraying... well, not betraying. Because he is an adulterer. We're gonna go with the truth.
I must advise against granting Owen Wood the bishopric, for the stars reveal that he has sinned most grievously.
Ah, verily? Grievously, you say?
I am afeard Dean Wood did commit the sin of adultery.
Ah, nothing else?
'Twas more than once, Your Grace.
Doubtless, doubtless. While I appreciate your most excellent discernment of this information from the stars, I must own that Dean Wood's extra-clerical activities are already well known to me. Why, even my own wife has had a tumble with the man.
Your Grace, I am sorry.
Hold, Sarah. In truth, 'tis of no consequence to me. What occurs in Lambeth Palace bides in Lambeth Palace, as we like to say. But you are right to remind me of Dean Wood's indiscretions, for mayhap it be not wise to elevate Owen to such a public position as bishop. I do have the reputation of the church to consider.
Indeed, Your Grace.
I will tell Owen that while I had every intention of granting him the bishopric, my hands are now tied due to various episcopal and doctrinal constraints.
Very wise, Your Grace. And one more matter, if I may. Has Your Grace yet had the opportunity to consider the granting of my medical license?
Ah, yes, that. Once my chaplain has finished looking into the matter, I shall be giving it careful consideration. Good day.
I wish I hadn't screwed up the first one. And then I'd be 3 for 3. 2 more left. Eve will come back.
Here comes Emma, say that she's so witty. How did she gain position? How did she become so rich? For her eyes she has to thank frail old men with serious pangs. Here comes Emma, I verily she's rich.
Good day, Lady Dyer.
Good day, Dr. Foreman. But I can no longer claim the title of Lady Dyer, for Lord Dyer passed away last year. You must call me Mistress Moore now, for I am lately remarried.
Indeed? I am full sorry to hear of Lord Dyer's death, Mistress Moore. Pray tell, what did your late husband die of?
'Twas the diabetes, the disease you judged him as having. He died from wounds that never healed.
You mean the cut on his lordship's hand? But I recall you saying the wound was trifling small.
Oh, yes, that wound was. But through misfortune he acquired many more. One evening, while we were summering at our country estate, he was leaning out upon the balcony when the stone railing gave way and he fell into our rose garden. The thorns cut him near to pieces. Poor dear Henry. He did so love his roses.
There, dear lady.
My wish is to leave such sorrows behind and think only of my new husband, Lancelot Moore. My Lancelot is a fine man, a man of great talent. Indeed, he has so much potential that I am loath to see it go to waste. And, as you doubtless know, Lord Devereux, Earl of Essex, is presently leading a military campaign to put down the Catholic rebels in Ireland.
Forsooth I do know, madam. Indeed, I myself was at the parade to send Lord Devereux off on his travels. Have you a notion that your husband should enlist as a soldier in his lordship's campaign?
Indeed I do, Dr. Foreman. For you see, my husband Lancelot is full brave.
Yes, I am told that Lancelot has distinguished himself in many fierce battles against fathers and the like.
But I seek your reassurance that if I were to send Lancelot to Ireland, he would return unharmed. No doubt the Earl is leading his men very well, but I hear tell those Irish tribesmen are most savage in battle. Dare I let my husband face such fearsome beasts?
Let us see what the stars advise. Should Lancelot Moore join Lord Devereux's campaign in Ireland, would he find glory in battle or death?
So, I don't know what the timeline here is, but I thought there was a truce with Ireland that Devereux managed. But let's see what we say. The Irish Catholic rebels are both intelligent and cruel. Okay. Emma hides a secret agenda. Emma harbors evil ambitions. Probably true. Endangers men by acting in haste, nor will he leave. They will not prevail. Okay, I'm gonna call out Emma. I'm gonna call out Emma. Yes, we're gonna call out Emma. She won't like me for it. I'm already not getting the recommendations I need, so let's just call her out.
Madam, I must speak frankly. In sending your husband to fight in Lord Devereux's campaign against the Irish, are you sure your true motive is the advancement of your husband's interests? I am not convinced that it is. For though Mr. Moore is doubtless a fine young man, I find it hard to believe you would think him fit for...
As true as I live, Dr. Foreman, I know not what you were implying. Indeed I do not.
Well, I am not verily implying so much as...
I bid you good day, sir.
Yeah, she didn't like it. It was true, though. Oh, man, I could have gotten her recommendation. So shame.
Hear ye! Lancelot Moore drowns in Irish bog. Grieving Moore family demands answers. Hear ye!
Maybe Barbara's gonna come now.
Since Bard left Alice in the lurch, search for solution, she does search. 'Tis true she's the wedded half the church, but Blagg left Alice in the lurch.
Good day, mistress. What brings you?
I am come about my lover who is lately returned from Ireland.
Ah, yea, and your current lover is, as I recall... Ah, yes, your lover at present is Owen Wood, the Reverend Dean of Armagh, is it not?
Aye.
And according to my notes, you were afeard he might die in battle. And yet you do not appear to be much pleased he's returned alive. Whatever is the matter, madam?
It is being said around the diocese that my lover, Owen Wood, is romantically entangled with 2 other women.
And who might these 2 other women be? Might one of them be his wife, or...?
Of course not. Do not jape with me, Foreman. I did hear that one of the ladies Owen is seeing is Mistress Ways, while the other is a certain Anne Hayborn, with whom I am not yet acquainted. I do hear she is a very young and comely maiden, though mayhap a maiden no longer. I prithee, scribble one of those doodles of yours and tell me if this be true.
Madam, if you will but afford me some silence and calm, I will compose one of my doodles, as you so call my mathematically precise astronomical charts, and endeavour to answer your question. To wit, is Owen Wood, the Dean of Armagh, wooing other women?
So we know he is. No. No. He's conducting, yes, he is. To bed, sweet gentle ladies, okay. He's... God is great. No, he's a womanizer. He's definitely a womanizer.
Alas, I am afeard your suspicions are well founded, madam. For the stars do indicate that Dean Wood has been paying court to several other ladies.
Fie! What a maid-fiddling maggot of a man is he! Be I not woman enough for him?
Well, indeed. My chart does seem to suggest that if he does seek intimacies further afield, 'tis owing to...
Pray, go on. 'Tis owing to what?
To a preference for sweet and gentle companionship of a more feminine nature.
Does he indeed? How very interesting. Nay, verily, fie upon Owen Wood. On my honour, he will very likely want some sweet and gentle treatment once I am finished with him.
Godspeed, Mistress Blagg.
Okay, she didn't like to hear that. Unfortunate. She really didn't like me.
God give you good even, your grace. I trust you were pleased with the previous counsel I gave you? The advice I gave against granting Owen Wood the bishopric of Salisbury.
Ah, yes, your counsel did indeed prove sound, for Dean Wood is now cods deep in scandal. The parish council has received numerous paternity suits, and 'tis said that scores of defiled wenches bethrong the gates of his deanery each morning, clutching suckling babes and demanding recourse. As for young Anne Hayborn, she has had her reputation ruined, and Dean Ways is barely speaking to his wife anymore.
On my word, how disgraceful.
Aye, indeed. If only Owen had the sense to exercise more discretion.
Yes, indeed, your grace.
The Bishop of London, for instance, manages his affairs very quietly. I might have been able to look the other way, but in this instance I could not let Owen's indiscretions pass. For a wretched local woman by the name of Mary Payne got wind of the scandal and stirred up a public fuss about it. Oh, the devil take the woman and her bacon-faced husband.
If I might venture an opinion, Your Grace, mayhap if we were to pay no heed to Mary Payne and her ilk, they would eventually tire of their animus and leave us all be. But is it upon such problems you come this day, or upon some other matter?
I am come about my health. I believe I do ail of something.
Then pray, describe your complaints to me, Your Grace.
Well, I am afflicted with pain in my back, and at times I find myself hard of breathing. Indeed, I feel I may have phlegm in my chest, and I do bear these odd-looking spots upon my body that will not mend.
If you will permit me to loosen your robes to examine you. Oh, I see. Methinks I have a notion of what ails you. Let me confirm it with a reading of the stars. What troubles Archbishop Whitgift?
So I blew his first diagnosis, which has probably screwed me over for getting his approval. This sounds like another real diagnosis. I don't think it's mattering of the chest. Nods on... No, it's definitely not that. I mean, it might be that. He's probably lechery, but we're not going to accuse him of that. Wait. The French pox? Backache, short windedness, and spots. Okay, let's use astrology called Google. Backache, shortness of breath, spots. Wait, skin spot. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh my gosh, this is just like, you know, every time you self-diagnose something. Okay, what do I accuse him of? Knobs on the yard. French pox. I mean, I guess this is it. Characterized by persistent sores on the arms and legs, short windedness, and bodily aches. I guess this is it. But, okay. We'll do this one. This is what matches best. I'm assuming they don't want us to Google, try to find everything. Or be experts. Or be real doctors. We are an astrologaster, not a doctor.
Your Grace, I know not how to put this delicately. You have the French pox. I am not sure how this is possible, as you're a man of the cloth. Indeed, mayhap I check the stars again.
No need. I did suspect as much.
Verily? How astute of you. The French pox can oft be difficult to cure, but in your case, it is not far advanced. This ointment of boar grease and mercury is to be applied to your entire body. It must be rubbed in vigorously to ensure the mercury is well absorbed into the skin. You may then expect to see the sores on your body start to heal within a matter of days.
I see. And, I imagine your manservant William will be giving me this treatment.
No, Your Grace. The grease is to be taken home with you and applied each night before bed for 9 days. Mayhap your chaplain could apply it to Your Grace's body.
Ah, yes, a fine idea. I thank you for this treatment, sir. Fare you well, Dr. Foreman.
Before you leave, Your Grace, might I inquire again as to the possibility of you granting me a medical license? Your Grace did mention you would give it careful consideration.
Ah, yes, indeed I did I not? Have no fear, Dr. Foreman. My chaplain is looking into it. Good day.
Wish I hadn't screwed up the first one. Oh, we got one more chance.
Here comes Lord Devereux, ready to fight. Wild-eyed and restless, he's been up all night. He may not know much, but he knows that he's right. Never
mediocre man in fancy tights? It's calling. It's talking about
give
me.
ye good morrow, my
Maybe.
lord.
The
I
tights.
trust your lordship is well this day.
Well?
Fancier.
God's body! Am I likely to be well? I have been languishing under lock and key while all England goes to ruin.
Ah, yes. I did hear something of your arrest. I take it your encounter with the Queen did not go as well as planned.
Nay, 'twas a disaster. I took the precaution of seeking an audience with Her Majesty just after dawn, to be sure I would find her alone. But when I entered her bedchamber, she let out such a blood-curdling scream it alerted the palace guards, who ran into the room and arrested me.
But you were imprisoned in your York House residence, were you not? The fact that you were placed under house arrest and not imprisoned in the Tower surely speaks to the Queen's fondness for you. I trust your time in confinement was not uncomfortable, at least.
Well, yes, my time away from the world and its trifling concerns did, in truth, prove useful. It afforded me time to reflect on larger questions, to take stock of my life and put recent events in perspective.
Ah, I see. And what resolution did this quiet period of sober reflection bring you? A closer relationship with God? Or perchance you are resolved to spend more time with your family?
What? Nay, I said my mind was turned to larger questions. To wit, am I destined for greater things? Am I chosen by God to rule a kingdom? For I must needs act. The realm is under threat from within. For why was I verily imprisoned? Was it merely to punish me for some trifling mistakes I made in Ireland? Nay, 'twas to separate me from the Queen.
Well, I imagine after discovering you in Her Majesty's bedchamber...
Do you not yet see? The Privy Council means to keep me away from Whitehall, lest I see how they have contrived to control and manipulate the Queen since I left for Ireland.
My lord! Are you saying the Queen is weak and no longer in control of her reign?
Aye, indeed. Something must be done about it. Well, man, do not just stand there.
Yes, of course, my lord. Let us see whether the stars may give you your answer. Is Robert Lord Devereux, Earl of Essex, destined to, rule England?
I mean, he wants to hear that he is, but historically, he's not. Okay, I'm going to do this one because he does. This is 100% true. I'm pretty sure he was executed as a traitor, but whether he wants to be told that, I don't know. We'll tell it to him anyways.
My lord, I must urge you to temper your ambitions. The stars warn that if your lordship keeps to your current course, it will lead to death.
Whose death, though? You mean my death? God's underlumps!
And England may not be in so much danger as you imagine. The stars suggest that King James of Scotland will succeed to the English throne when Queen Elizabeth dies. He is, after all, her nearest royal relative.
James Stuart, eh? During my imprisonment, I wrote to him to request his aid, but I never received a reply. Doubtless he is in league with the Privy Council. Nay, verily, a pox on the Scottish king and his pretensions to the throne. He would bring his full coterie of kilted savages down and install them in Whitehall Palace, where he would doubtless have us all eating porridge for supper.
I do hear that porridge is a healthsome...
I appreciate your concern for my own safety, Sirrah, but my duty lies with the realm and the safety of its people. If I must die, let it be for the sake of England, for God, Queen, and country.
I knew you wouldn't like to hear it, even though it was true. Could have gotten a letter of recommendation. Failed.
Good day, Dean Blagg. How now, good sir? I see you do ale of something.
I do ail of something, Foreman. Forsooth, I fear I am very ill indeed. For I tremble day and night with fever, and my face does itch and prick with pain.
Verily, you do exhibit upon your nose and cheeks a rash of a most remarkable hue.
Before you do this reading for me, Foreman, I must have your word that you will not speak of this to my wife, Alice. In truth, I have had her believe that I was set upon by an angry swarm of wasps that have lately been nesting in the north transept of the cathedral.
I do understand. A kind husband would naturally wish to shield his wife from any undue distress.
Ah, yea, that of course. And there be also the small matter of the promise I did make to restore the Blagg family fortune before I died, and thus not leave my wife and children to live in penury when I am gone. If Mistress Blagg were to think that I am gravely ill, it would provoke some awkwardness between us that I would rather wish to avoid.
Ah, I take it then that your finances are also in poor health.
Alas, they are. For as you accurately predicted, the Archbishop never did grant me the bishopric of Salisbury. It would seem his grace is content for me to remain in my current state of penury.
I see. Well, as to your wife, Alice, be not afeard, sir. We doctors take querent confidentiality most seriously. As Hippocrates did say, testa Apollinum medicum secreta, among other things. Now, mayhap we proceed to consult the stars on the matter of your condition. With what disease is my querent Thomas Blagg troubled, and how may he be cured?
Red nose and cheeks and much bodily pain. Severe skin disease that is accompanied by pain and fever. Okay. Evil digestion. No. Bone shaw, being a knob-like growth rising on the shin. No, this is like obvious. It's so obvious I worry it's wrong.
It would seem you are troubled with a severe disease of the skin known as erysipelas. It is quite serious, though you may find some temporary relief from the pain and fever by vigorously purging from your fundament. To induce such a thing, I do advise the consumption of a considerable quantity of prunes, or mayhap rhubarb. Of course, it does depend on the season.
Erysipelas? Prunes? Oh, merciful Lord, if it be thy will that I should die, and if thou hast writ these mortal signs upon the stars, I beseech thee, have thy servant Simon Foreman speak the truth.
Prithee, sir, I had not finished. Oh, my dear friend, I will not lie to you. Your condition is quite advanced. In truth, I fear you must prepare for the worst. If you will not share this grave news with Mistress Blagg, perchance you might speak to her from the safety of, from beyond the grave? That is to say, write her a letter that may be read to her after you're gone. Your loving words, though thus delayed, may provide her comfort in her time of grief and destitution.
God bless you for your candour, sir, as well your wisdom and friendship these last years. I will now go and pray upon what you have told me.
I did it. I received a letter of recommendation. I needed 7, but yeah. So we are coming up to the end of the stream. I kind of want to just play this game to the end because I feel like we are very close. Although we do have that one guy that visited us once, and there was 6 potential visits. The guy that I wanted to lose weight. But I actually have no idea how long is left in this game. So we're going to, stop this. We will hopefully, knock on wood, finish this game up on Monday. It is entertaining. I mean, I'm kind of enjoying it. more variety would be nice, and more gameplay would be nice. And it really does kind of make me want to play it again to pick better answers, especially after picking some that were just so obviously like, well, duh. But yeah, that's it. That's it for today. Thank everyone for watching me and supporting me. Thanks to Mocha Cat, Java Beans, and Papio to Chai to CHI, Papio to Chi. Thank you for chatting with me. I love the interaction. I love being able to talk with some viewers. So yeah, have a great evening and have a great weekend. I'll be back on Monday, same time. Pretty sure we'll finish up this game and move on to game 43. So yes, thank you very much.